All right, good morning and welcome to Cal Poly, everyone. My name is Dale Stoker. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm the Director of New Student and Transition Programs, which includes Open House, SLO Days, and Week of Welcome. As a Director of Orientation, I have the pleasure to being the first to welcome you today. And really on behalf of our Cal Poly community, faculty, staff, administration, our entire community, thank you so much for being here. We're really honored to welcome you and have you join our community. We are going to open our session today with a land acknowledgement. Cal Poly sits on the traditional land of the Yaktito Yaktahini Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County and region. The Yaktito Yaktahini have a documented presence in this area for over 10,000 years. The Tilhini peoples have stewarded their ancestral and unceded homelands, which include all the cities, communities, federal and state open spaces within the San Luis Obispo County region. These homelands extend east into the Carrizo Plains toward Kern County, south to the Santa Maria River, north to Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture. For us, it's always important to recognize the land that Cal Poly sits on. This is a land acknowledgement we do quite often in many programs here at Cal Poly, so you and your students will hear this on more than one occasion. So today marks the beginning of an exciting transition. For your students, it's the start of a new academic journey filled with opportunities to learn, grow, and start forming those lasting relationships and discover more about who they are and who they hope to become. For our parents, family members, supporters, this transition is exciting as well, but it also brings a mixture of pride, uncertainty, joy, and maybe some other difficult emotions. And all those emotions are completely normal and they are welcome in this space. We know you've invested years of love, guidance, encouragement, sacrifice to help your Mustang reach this moment. Their arrival here is not only their own accomplishment, but it's also a reflection of everything that you have done to prepare them for today. And today we're going to celebrate you as well. So as your students begin this next chapter, your role in their lives will not become less important, but it may look different. I know when I went to college, I was really excited to start my journey as an independent young adult. For my parents who went with me, dropped me off, and I remember saying goodbye to my mom at my doorway, they were really holding on to that dependence that I had on them. And that's completely normal. And I think it's okay that we acknowledge, it may be helpful that we acknowledge some of the potential differences between the two states our students and supporters are approaching this transition to college. So we're actually going to start our session today with a little engagement. So my question for you is, what feelings are coming up for you when you think about your student coming to Cal Poly? And we are going to open up our chat here. If you want to drop some of your words, feelings, thoughts that are coming up for you as you think about your student coming to college. Love it. Absolutely excited for him. Pride. Excited for her, sad for me. There's definitely some duality here. We can hold both of these emotions at the same time. Let a few more people jump in. I still think back at my college experience and what that transition was like for me, and I'm now a proud dad. I have a 2.5-year-old, and we are setting up that college fund, and we're thinking about what that, we're thinking about preschool really this fall, but even that's a hard transition, and letting that little kid go for the first time, I cannot imagine what I'm going to be like when we get to college, but it's their journey, right? Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of excited things, which we should be, right? Getting into Cal Poly is not easy. Um, this year, Cal Poly had almost 80,000 applications, and the incoming class is just over 6,000. It is a really difficult school to get into. I've talked to some other students. It's taken 2 or 3 tries to get in, but when they do, there's certainly some excitement and a lot of pride to get here. All right, and then I'm going to ask you. if your student were here, or if you have talked to your student recently, what do you think they're feeling about coming to Cal Poly? We'll give some people that excited and nervous, yeah, especially if they are going to be first time students here or at a university. They have some of the uncertainty of finding their community, moving away, leaving that safety net of family, friends, and their community. I know I was ready to go to college, but I also lived 45 minutes away from where my parents were. So I think I saw them the next weekend when I wanted to go home and do laundry and get a home cooked meal. But not every student's going to have that ability and that distance and that uncertainty of when that next visit might be for holiday break, et cetera, may also bring up some different emotions. So yeah, there's a lot of really great things in the chat here, and I hope you all can see what some of your other parents and incoming students are feeling as well, because I think it helps to normalize and also bring some texture to this journey we're all going on. One of the greatest gifts you can give to your students during this transition is that space for them to really develop their confidence and independence, while also continue to remind them that your support remains steady. I promise you there's going to be moments when those students are going to call home with a concern or an issue. It may be struggling with a course, having a roommate issue, missing home, or just not quite feeling like they've connected or find their community. Hold on. Um, Not my slide, but that's okay. Um, but what I want to say is when your student calls home, fight that urge to solve it. Push that feeling down and take a moment to pause and think about a different type of question. Think about one that will support their independence and their growth. Open up with a question like, what have you tried? Who at campus could help you? What do you think the next step should be? By taking a pause and giving them the opportunity to start thinking critically and start solving these problems, you are still supporting them. You're still being there for them, but you're helping them grow as an individual. These questions also really communicate trust, that you trust that they will figure this out. And if not, you're going to still be there to support them. It reminds them that they are capable of navigating challenges. And there's a lot of resources that will be available to them here at Cal Poly. We want you to know that your students are not going to navigate this experience alone. Here at Cal Poly, we are really committed to supporting the whole student. Our faculty, advisors, housing staff, counselors, health professionals, many of our other safety personnel, other staff like myself, and even our current students are really here to help our community members and your students. So throughout today, you're going to learn a lot about resources, some of our expectations, what campus life is like, what student well-being looks like, what safety looks like at Cal Poly. We'll even talk about how to pay for college, which might be a big question, and also ways to remain connected to your student and to the Cal Poly community. So I encourage you to ask questions, take notes, and then follow up with our campus partners and community members that you're going to hear from today. Today is not just about receiving information, it's really about starting a partnership. And this partnership really works really well when students, families, and our Cal Poly community share a common goal, really helping each student become engaged, responsible, and a healthy member of our community. So as you participate in today's program, I also want to remind you that no two college experiences are exactly alike. Sometimes students will find their closest friends immediately. Others, it may take a semester. Some will know exactly what they want to do and what they want to study when they arrive. Others are going to change direction, maybe more than once. And some are going to adjust really quickly, and some are going to have some setbacks and some challenges. And that's okay. Progress is not supposed to just be in a straight line. Growth often happens through the uncertainty, mistakes, reflection, and then trying again. Cal Poly's motto is learn by doing. You're going to hear more about that from our next speaker as well. And I promise you, as a staff member for over 10 years here at Cal Poly, Learn by doing is not just a marketing term that we use. It really is built into the pedagogy of what Cal Poly is and how we really support our students and what we expect of them. We want them to take chances. We want them to try things, and they're going to fail. And that's okay. There's a ton of growth that comes by failing. You hear a lot of great stories about the success of our students and our alumni, but there are a lot of failures that come with it. And that is a totally okay thing that we accept and we encourage here at Cal Poly. So as I start to wrap up, I wanted to say thank you again for trusting us so much with your students. We take that trust seriously. We're excited to work alongside you as you and your student begin this next important chapter here at Cal Poly. Your students really do belong here, and there's no short reason why they have been accepted and they are going to be joining us. They've earned this place in our community, and we can't wait to see the ideas, talents, their energy, their questions, and their perspectives that they're going to bring into Cal Poly. So again, welcome. Thank you for being here for SLO Days in our virtual space. And now I'd like to introduce our Associate Vice President for Strategic Enrollment Management, Jamila Jamison.
Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us this morning. I'm Jamila Jamison, Associate Vice President for Strategic Enrollment Management. I am so happy to be here this morning to share a little about Cal Poly's educational philosophy, the experience your student is about to begin, and what you can look forward to as a parent or supporter of a Mustang. This is truly a special time for your student and for your entire family. Starting college is a major milestone, and this marks the beginning of an exciting new chapter for all of you. We saw obviously earlier that there's a lot of different emotions represented in today's group. We saw that some of you are excited, some might be feeling a little nervous or sad, some may be wondering, sort of wondering what your house is going to feel like this fall. And well, many of you are feeling all of those emotions all at once. And, as Dale mentioned, that's all completely normal. Going to college is a huge milestone for your student, but it's also a milestone for you as well. And I think that's important to acknowledge. At Cal Poly, your student is not simply beginning a college education. They're stepping into a distinctive experience built around a philosophy that we hold close to our hearts that Dale mentioned called Learn by Doing. And Learn by Doing was truly born at Cal Poly and it continues to thrive here. It's not just a slogan for us, it's how we teach, it's how our students learn. It's how they develop the knowledge, confidence, and skills that they're going to carry with them even after graduation. And throughout their time at Cal Poly, your students can encounter hands-on learning opportunities both inside and outside of the classroom. They may work on a team, solve a real-world problem, conduct research, build something, lead a project, or even apply the things that they've learned in service to a community that's near and dear to their hearts. And these experiences are not only going to shape their education, but also their growth as a person and their overall experience as a Mustang. And I often think about a first year student who arrives on campus believing that learning only happens in the classroom. And then a few months later, they're telling their family about a project they helped design, or a professor who knew them by name, or an organization that they joined that completely changed their confidence. And that's what Learn by Doing is. It's not just about labs or projects. It's really about learning who you are by actually doing the things that you never imagined yourself doing. And as parents and supporters, you're going to have an important role in this journey as well. Your encouragement and reassurance and confidence in your students is going to help them embrace the challenges and for new challenges and make the most of the opportunities that are ahead. Now, as your student begins this new stage of life, they'll also be creating a journey that is uniquely their own. I'm going to ask Dale to advance the slide for me, please. Thank you. At Cal Poly, we want every student to thrive academically, socially, personally, and that means finding the people and places and experiences that matters most to them. Your student may build relationships in their residence halls. They may choose to join a club, volunteer, attend campus events, pursue leadership opportunities, or they might discover an interest that they had never considered before. College is a unique time for exploration, and it's also a time for students to take appropriate risks, make decisions, learn from mistakes, and begin to define their own path. That growth can be truly exciting, but I think as Dale mentioned, it's not always easy. There's going to be moments where your student feels uncertain, overwhelmed, or pushed outside their comfort zone. And, we promise those moments are a natural part of the transition to college. At Cal Poly, we are deeply committed to helping every student feel a sense of belonging. They are not doing this alone. They will be supported by faculty, staff, peers, advisors, and mentors, all of whom are here to help them succeed. You, as a parent or supporter, can also encourage your student to ask questions, seek support, and become actively engaged in their Cal Poly experience. And I think a sense of belonging often begins with engagement. The more students participate and connect, the more meaningful their college experience can become. And to help students discover all that Cal Poly has to offer, we've created a tool called Cal Poly Now. And Cal Poly Now is a central guide to campus events, clubs, organizations, workshops, leadership programs, service opportunities, and so many other ways to get involved. Some of the most meaningful, I think, college experiences begin with the student deciding to attend one event where they don't know anyone. But that first step can be so intimidating. And at the same time, it's often where lifelong friendships can often begin. And so we hope that Cal Poly Now makes it a little bit easier for students to take that first step. And whether your student already knows exactly what interests them or is still figuring that out, Cal Poly Now can help them find something that either sparks their curiosity or connects them with other students who share similar interests. So for your reference, students can access Kapali Now on a mobile phone or desktop device by visiting now.kapali.edu, and you may find it useful to remember this resource as well. If your student says they're unsure how to meet people or become involved, you can encourage them to explore Kapali Now and take one small step towards connection on campus. Because as students begin getting involved, they start to find their place. And from that connection can come a deeper sense of belonging, and when students feel connected to the community, they're often much better positioned to do their best work both inside and outside of the classroom. Mm. And as your student builds their journey and begins engaging with all of these different opportunities that are out there as a Mustang, it's also important that they understand the community they are joining. They are not only becoming a Cal Poly student, your student is becoming a member of the Mustang community. And with that membership comes the opportunity and responsibility to uphold the values and pride of a Mustang. And we call this the Mustang Way. It reflects how we treat ourselves and one another. It means embracing one another, leading by example, accepting responsibility, and having a positive impact on our community. And for us, again, these are simply not words. These are the values that help us to create a safe, inclusive, respectful, and supportive environment for everyone on campus, staff, faculty, students, and community members beyond in San Luis Obispo. During orientation, your student has, and probably during week of welcome as well, your student's going to be engaging in all of these conversations about these values. And that work's going to continue throughout their time at Cal Poly. It's going to happen in their classrooms, in their relationships, at campus, in the broader community. And I hope travels with them even after they graduate, those values of the Mustang Way. You'll also play an important part in reinforcing these values. As your student navigates new experiences and challenges, you can help them by encouraging reflection, personal responsibility, respectful communication, and thoughtful decision making. Part of supporting a college student, as Dale mentioned, is knowing when to step in and when to step back. At times, your student may need your advice. At other times, they simply may need you to listen or ask a thoughtful question, or I think most importantly, remind them that they are capable of finding a solution. Our goal is to help students leave Cal Poly not only with a degree, but also with the knowledge, awareness, confidence, and experiences that are going to help them prepare to contribute meaningfully to the world. And one of the privileges of my role is seeing students at graduation. And they're certainly more knowledgeable in terms of their education when they arrived. But what strikes me most is how much they've grown as people. They leave more confident, more resilient, and more prepared to contribute to their communities. And that transformation, it doesn't happen overnight. It happens because of thousands of small experiences over the course of 4 years, and it will happen even more once they graduate as well. And for us, that is the bigger picture. That is why we do what we do. Before I wrap up, I do simply want to say thank you. Thank you for the years that you spent encouraging, supporting, believing in your students. We know that they didn't arrive here on their own. Beginning today, we are honored to become your partners in helping them grow into the next version of themselves. And we are so excited to see what they accomplish, and we're grateful that you're allowing us to be part of that journey with you. And so again, welcome to the Cal Poly family. Welcome to the Mustang family. I am now pleased to introduce our new Student and Transition Programs Coordinator, Emily May. And thank you all for joining us today. I hope you enjoy the rest of the SLO Day session.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Emily May, and I am one of the program coordinators here at New Student and Transition Programs. This is my Olivia Hayes. She's our lead coordinator. Currently, she is in person at our in-person day 2 transfer session. So she's holding it down there while we're online. So without further ado, the next slide, please. I want to also introduce our graduate assistants. We have a lovely team of grads, including Kelly, who is monitoring the chat today. She is our graduate assistant for New Student and Transition Programs, and she's currently in her second year in the Higher Education Counseling and Student Affairs program here at Cal Poly. I also graduated from that program, and Olivia also graduated from it as well. You can tell that we love higher education, we love Cal Poly, and we all want to stay here. As well as our intern for the summer, Shane Gagnon. He is from Rutgers in New Jersey. He's here on a summer internship for just to explore orientation, housing, a different side of higher education that he's typically used to. And we're so lucky to have him. Madison Rollins, she is also a graduate assistant. She's been an NSTP for years with us and has a lot of knowledge that's super invaluable. Here's some apps that are going to be important. Most of them are aimed towards more your students. However, these apps are still available for you to look at and download as well, just to get a feel of what they're seeing. We have our Cal Poly Orientation app to navigate all of our programming, such as Open House, SLO Days, and Week of Welcome. So if you have this app, you can look in the schedule right now to see what you're going to be going through for the rest of the day. Next is our ASI access. This is how you're going to be able to get into the rec center. Your student's going to be able to access those ASI recreation services. Cal Poly Now talked a little bit about it earlier, but it's for all events, clubs, and activities on campus, as well as Go Poly for Cal Poly Athletics. If you want to attend a game at all with your student or by yourself, you can have this app. And then moving on to Grubhub, that's how your student is going to be placing campus dining orders ahead of time. They can also order in person. That's also welcome. More for safety and transportation, the Mustang shuttle, that's our free campus shuttle that goes throughout the week and into the evening, 7 days a week. That takes you to just different parts on campus. We do have a pretty big campus, lots of walking. So it is nice to have the shuttle come pick you up maybe from your residence hall, and then they can take you to a more central part of campus. So I would definitely let your student know about that if they don't already. And then supporters are also welcome to use the SLO Transit app, especially if you're visiting your student and you want to go downtown and maybe explore what there is down there. I highly recommend getting the SLO Transit app, especially if you're someone from out of state and you're flying and you want to get around Cal Poly in general, just the SLO in general as well. Next slide. Thank you. Um, Now the orientation leadership team is here. We're gonna have Aiden introduce them. And without further ado, take it away, Aiden.
Right. Hi, my friends. Lovely to be here with the parents. I love you all. You'll see why when you see my position, but getting us started with our training and programming team, this is Valerie and Marco. They do a lot of the training that all of the WOW leaders go through. Your student during that week of welcome experience is going to be put into a small group with two leaders, and these leaders went through a long, long training. It takes about 20 hours of spring training, and then we do another training in the fall to ensure that they are properly equipped for safety protocols, to know who to call and when to call, to know what to do in an emergency, how to make your student feel included. They do a lot of awesome work. And if you see them around campus when you're dropping your student off, give them a pat on the back because they've done an amazing job this year. So that's our training and programming team. Next up, we have administration and logistics. This is Alice and Carlos. We like to call them the little fairies that do all the work that we don't want to do. They do all of the grouping for all of the week of welcome groups where your student is placed with a student, usually within their similar major or within their similar residential hall, depending on kind of your student's on or off campus status. So they do a lot of that work. They also do a lot of housing assignments. They do something called the DLS, which is our daily location sheet, which tells me exactly where to be, when, down to every 5 minutes. So they do a ton of awesome work. They are fantastic. This just wouldn't go on without them. Next, we have equity and belonging. This is Diego Puga Escobar and Nayeli Lopez Taran. We've started like a Spanish translation program. If any of you have seen like the family Facebook page, you might have seen some posts about some of the Spanish translations. It was a pilot program last year, and this is the first year that we were properly going through it. These two are really like running and spearheading that project and that program. They also do a lot of work just to ensure that everyone feels included within our programming. They do a lot of work to make sure that campus partners like the student development and belonging centers have a place within orientation just to make sure that students have all the resources they need. So they are also fantastic. And then totally not biased, but my favorite group of people. This is myself, Aiden, and then my co-chair, Rita Norrisk, who is not going to be here today. She's working the in-person session for all of the transfer students that are here in person, whether that's your student or other transfer students coming in. But we do a lot of work with transfers and supporters. I've been working with the parents all throughout SLO Days for the first years, and I'm working with all of you today. I'm super excited to be here. And Rita does a ton of awesome work. She is a transfer student. She actually just graduated, but she loves transfers. She's super passionate about that. So I love the work we do. It makes me feel very fulfilled. And that's my team. And we have one more left. It is recruitment and engagements. Your student is going to go through a ton of fun events during Week of Welcome. It is a lot of information and it's a lot of very pertinent information that they do need, but it's also meant to be like a fun kind of introduction to college. These three make that happen. Clara, Erica, and Sam do a ton of work behind the scenes to make sure that we have partnership deals with local businesses. We have fun events set up on and off campus. We have like the farmers markets, they're going to be working with that. We have a carnival that we do. They help with so many awesome things behind the scenes to make sure that WOW and SLO Days are a really fun experience for your student. And it's not just sitting through presentations all day. So this program wouldn't be as cool, wouldn't be as fun or as enjoyable for anyone without the recruitment engagement team. So they are fantastic. We are all student workers. We are all here to, have fun, here to make a big positive difference. And I'm super excited to be here with you today. Keep hitting that Q&A. I've answered a couple questions, but I'll keep answering questions. Next up, though, we do have one of our first true presentations. It's going to be someone from housing talking about housing on and off campus, I do believe. So please let them take it away. There we go.
All right.
Perfect.
Hi, thank you, Aiden. I'm going to share my screen. So we are only going to be talking about campus housing today. My name is Heather Young, and I work for University Housing. Let's get this presenting. All right. So this session today is designed to help you understand the next steps as you get your student ready to go off to college for the first time. And supporters are often thinking about timing, packing, travel, and how to help from a healthy distance and ensuring that your student has the support when they're here with us at Cap Poly. So our goal today is to give you the information you need, point you to the right resources, and leave you with a clear sense of what happens next. And to help us give you the resources and answer any questions that you have, I have some different team members here with me today. There's Sona. She's one of our student housing ambassadors, and she'll be dropping links as I talk, so that way you can go right to the material that I'm talking about. And then we also have Elise from our assignments team and Vitalia from our residential life team. So they'll be able to answer questions in different realm of things with housing. Do note that dining will be presenting later, so keep your dining questions until they're on because they'll be able to answer it more in depth than we are able to. And do keep your questions more general. If you have anything specific, like a specific situation, do reach out to us later. And at the end of the presentation, I'll share our contact information. So I'm going to jump right into talking about support staff. I know that's always a big concern for supporters, and we have different levels of support. So right in the buildings with your student, are going to be resident advisors and community advisors, and these are students who are in their second year and beyond, living on the floor in the buildings with our first year students. And then we also have we call them community advisors in the apartments for continuing and transfer students. The resident advisors and those working with first year students are definitely there to really help the students transition to college. And so they're helping with resources, roommate conflict resolution, roommate contracts, which we'll talk a little bit more later on, and really helping them with the transition because the students, it's their first time for many away from home. New place, new faces, everything's different. And so there can be some transition and some feelings about that. And our resident assistants are there to help with that, as well as not only are they away from college for the first time, now they're living with people that they may not know, and they may be sharing a room or living in a space with a lot more people for the first time. I know that my first year residence hall was bigger than this town that I went to high school in, so it was a much different experience. Uh, but it was, having the resident advisor there was very helpful. And then I myself went on to become a resident advisor for the next 3 years when I was at college. And I really enjoyed helping students kind of learn their way around campus, making friends, doing lots of activities. I'm a big event person, so that was a great role for me. Um, Okay, have lots of things to say about RAs. Um, so if anybody has any question about RA, you can put it in there. And I'll talk a little bit more about how your resident can apply to be an RA or CA themselves. But our next level of support in the building, or, oh, I don't know what I just said. Oh, I'm so sorry. I pushed something and everything went away. Um, I'm back. Okay. I'm gonna stop my share and try this again. Share. There we go. Okay. How I did it. I'm so sorry. I tried to get my face out of the way so I could see my screen better, and I made my screen go away. Um, I don't know, NSTP staff, if anybody's able to help me with this, that would be helpful. Okay, I'm really sorry about this. I don't know why it's not letting me get my screen back. All right, I do have them. So sorry for that delay. So, so I'm talking about the coordinators of student development. They are professional staff who have degrees, and they also live in our campus housing. So they're right there in each of our neighborhoods with your student, and they oversee our resident and community advisors and our additional level of support for our students. So we do recommend the students first go talk to the RA or community advisor and then if they need additional support or their I refers them up, they would talk to the coordinator of student development, to help with any issue that they're having. And that's before they reach out to housing. On most issues, we do ask them like, "Oh, did you talk to your RA or CA? Did you talk to your CSD?" And that just helps them go through these different level of supports that we already have in place before they escalated up to us. And we do encourage that all of you supporters that you refer your students to these to our different channels. So starting with the RA or CA, then their CSD, and then reaching out to us. And then for them to reach out to all of these staff themselves rather than you on their behalf. And that just really helps them be empowered to advocate for themselves rather than having somebody else do it for them. I know I have a student who's going to enter her senior year of high school, and we're always working on that. Oh, you need to, and be empowered to do this on your own. I know it can be a little scary as a parent, but they can do it. Um, so I did want to then talk a little bit about FERPA, and that's the federal law that protects the privacy of every Cal Poly student. And because of that, even if your student does sign a FERPA waiver for you, to speak to the university about their education. We cannot provide information from our housing team to you about your students' housing, and that's because it's not education, it's about their actual housing. So we do want your student to reach out to us directly with any questions, concerns, or things that they want to have change. We can only make changes for your student when it comes from them because it's their housing. Okay, so I am going to talk a little bit more about the RA and CA positions before we move on to our next slide. So these positions are held by second year and beyond students. So we don't have first year students be RAs or CAs because they're still getting used to Cal Poly and transitioning to college life. So these second year students have already had a year under the belt at Cal Poly, and we have a large pool of students for these positions. And so these are students who have great leadership skills and able to like plan events and work with their residents because we want students who are able to interact with their residents, plan events, and be a good model and somebody that they can come talk to. I spent a lot of time as an RA with my door open and they come in and ask me all sorts of things. I even taught some of my residents how to change a tire. So there was a lot of things I got to share with them, and that's what a lot of our RAs do. They have different skills and talents that they do share with their students, with their residents. I know Sona may have already dropped this in the chat, but this link here is for RA recruitment. This is our page for last year's recruitment, so it's not up to date for this coming year. They can give you an idea of what it looks like, the position looks like, and then what our recruitment and process looks like. So if you think your student might be interested, you can share this with them, but we'll be emailing them directly and putting in our housing newsletter, as well as the RAs and building staff sharing it around in the more mid spring, no, not spring, I keep thinking spring, fall semester. And we do the recruitment in November, and the application is usually due the end of December or sometime in December. And then after that, in the spring semester, is when we're holding RA interviews. So there's a few rounds of that. And at some point in the spring semester is when offers go out for students. So speaking about that, our process for applying for next year's housing, for second year housing and beyond, happens in early spring semester, but they may not get an offer or know if they got the job or not until later on. So we do recommend that students who are required, which is all of our students coming in this year, they're required for 2 years. that they apply for housing, and then if they get the RA position, they're able to cancel at no with no penalty. But that ensures that they have housing, and if room selection happens before they get an answer, sometimes students are on the list as an alternate or a wait list, and then they get an offer later on. But this way, they definitely have their housing secure, and then we're able to help them with the cancellation if they do get the position. Okay, so now we're going to move on to there we go. Perks. So there are some perks about living in housing. Um, some, close to campus, Wi-Fi and streaming TVs included. My favorite is self-service laundry, so there's no additional costs for the laundry. You just bring your own laundry detergent. And then additionally, we have custodial support for common spaces. So in residence halls, what that looks like is that when the students walk into their res hall room, that's their responsibility for cleaning. But the hallway, the bathrooms, the common spaces, our custodial staff cleans those daily. And then for students who are in North Mountain, their bedrooms are their responsibility clean, and our custodial staff will enter in through the lounge and clean that and the bathroom that they all share. For those in apartments or the suites in our new building, they are responsible for everything when they go in like the front door of their apartment. So once they enter into their um, apartment or suite, then all of that, including the bathrooms, is their responsibility to clean, but our staff cleans everything outside of there. We do have cleaning supplies at each of our front desks. So we have a front desk for each neighborhood, and they're able to check out um, cleaning supplies and other things that they need there. And then beyond that, we do have dedicated maintenance teams for routine and emergency requests. So if something, an emergency happens, we have staff that we call in 24/7 that can deal with that. If it's not an emergency and can wait till the next, if it's 3 a.m., if it can wait until 8, then it may, wait until uh, daytime hours versus the middle of the night. And if it's a weekend and it's, even less of an emergency, they'll deal with it when out on Monday morning. So we do have places for students to put in maintenance requests. That could be additional cleaning, whether it's for their room, apartment, suite, or even other places within the building. If they see there's something out of order, they can put in a maintenance request. And then again, we have a different our staff looks at it, kind of triage. Is it emergency that we need to deal with it like right this second, like a toilet overflowing or something like that, power outage that could affect people's medicine or food in the fridge. There's definitely a hierarchy, and you will see it move in with 9,000 people moving in within a few days. That some requests definitely are going to be a little bit later, just because of all of the requests that are coming in as people are coming in and seeing different things. So we definitely do kind of triage like what's the most important, and some things will be the next week or so, just because of the number of those that come in. So we want to make sure health and safety is our top priority, and we'll get to first. All right, let me see my notes. Okay. So now we're going to talk about room assignments. So our room selection and self-service room changes have ended. That was this past Wednesday, July 22nd. If your student did not room select, they will be assigned, and they can view their assignment on August 3rd in their housing portal. So same place that they send out for housing is where they'll go see their assignment. And for any of your students who right now don't have an empty space in their room, they'll also be able to go in then to see who their roommates are. And we aren't making any changes to room assignments between now and move-in. That's because we're getting ready for move-in, and there's a lot of different moving pieces that come with that. And we're at like less than 4 weeks now. So we're definitely in our crunch time. So having students like settled while we're getting ready is very helpful. Now, if there is an emergency, they can reach out to us, but most likely we'll ask them to move in and then talk to the RA and CSD. And one of the reasons sometimes students are nervous is because they don't know their roommate or they looked up their roommate on social media and they don't like what they see. Just know that students' persona or anybody's persona online isn't necessarily who they really are. Um, so we do recommend students reach out to their roommates, and then if your student um, is not the reach out type, have them keep an eye on their emails so they can respond to their roommates. That just helps put fears and worries to bed if they're able to actually communicate with their roommate, and then talk about things. And one of those things is about what bed they're going to get. So are the beds in the rooms are not assigned. In suites and apartments, the bedrooms themselves are assigned, but if there's more than one bed, you're going to see one, two, three, and it's not about a certain bed, it's just about the number of people in the room. So your students should talk to their roommates to decide who's going to get which bunk and then stick with it. Because we always see problems, students coming to us upset because they made an agreement with their roommate and then the roommate didn't follow through. And that's not a great way to start a relationship with somebody that you're going to be sharing a room with. And additionally, just note that there are some students who have a Disability Resource Center accommodation for the bottom bunk, often because they aren't able to climb to the top bunk or different things. So take that in consideration as well. But most students do not have those accommodations. So roommates should talk to them with each other, decide before they move in so that way, whomever comes in first is taking the bed that they had agreed to take. And we do encourage students to give the roommates a chance. I've worked with exchange students who would come here for a short amount of time and they'd get here, they're tired after days of traveling and excitement and all these expectations. And before they went to bed, they'd call their parents, tell them how horrible it was and how they hated it and they wanted to move. Their parents who were in Europe or Asia then would spend their day figuring out how to move them. The kid would wake up and be like, oh no, I'm fine. I like where I am. I like my host family. I like all this stuff. And things were fine. So giving them a chance to adjust is a big thing. I've seen that a lot as an RA and even with my own kid, like just needing that time to like something new, um, getting and getting some good sleep too. I know I'm always get less sleep when I'm getting ready for something very excited and sleep is hard to come by. So we can all get a little cranky and harder to deal with things when we don't have enough sleep. Uh, and then if it's your student or your student's roommate, when they go to look at the portal and it says occupied, that means the student's information is private. So that student will need to reach out. So if your student has information that's marked as private, they'll need to be the one to reach out to their roommates, and which is helpful. So just encouraging your student to reach out to their potential roommates to start conversations, get to know each other, talk about what they're going to bring so that way you're not doubling up on um, different things that you can share within the room because there is limited space. So instead of having two or three of everything, figuring out who can bring what is helpful. Okay, so important dates. July 19th, which is already passed, was the last day to cancel housing to avoid any fees. And this is specifically for those who end up not coming to Cal Poly. At this point, you're planning on your kid coming to Cal Poly in less than 4 weeks. If something happens, which sometimes it does, and your student ends up not coming to Cal Poly or having to withdraw for one semester for whatever reason, they do still need to go and cancel housing. There are lack of notice fees. Some reasons can be exempt from those lack of notice fees, which are just $10 a night. And that just encourage people to cancel sooner than later, so that way we're able to make plans for that space especially before move-in. And then August 6th is the day that the fees will be posted to your student's account. And the assignments will be viewable starting August 3rd. And September 1st is the first day to make housing a payment, to make the housing, oh my gosh, Can't use words. September 1st is the last day to make the first housing payment. And so you can pay that by semester or monthly. And so it's 4 monthly charges if you do by month. It's September, October, November, December on the first of each month. And for spring semester charges, those will go on the student account in early December. And then the first payment is due February 1st. So then February 1st, March, April, and May. And we do have the fees listed on our page if you have any questions about that. So move in. Okay, this is a big one. So move in is August 18th and 19th, which is a whole 4 weeks earlier for us than normal. So we're excited that it's coming up quickly. So students cannot pick which day they move in. We have it assigned, as you can see in the screen, which neighborhoods are moving in on which day. So the first day is going to be Yaki Tutu and South Mountain, or we call Red Bricks. And the second day, August 19th, is Sierra Madre Yosemite, which we call the Towers. North Mountain and Sierra Vista Apartments. So students can select their arrival time in their housing portal starting at 9 a.m. on August 4th. So between August 4th at 9 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. on August 11th, they can pick their arrival time. And that can change. Students can change that if you at some point before the 11th, like, oh, we're going to change our plans. Like if you were going to spend the night and get early in the morning, like, oh, instead of spending the night, we're going to drive up the morning of. So then you want a little bit later in the day. You can change that. And do keep in mind how long of a drive it is and factor in unexpected traffic or other stops. The worst is you get to St. Louis a little early and have to go get some coffee. Oh darn. Definitely great coffee shops around town. And to kind of explain how move-in is, it's kind of like we call it airport style. You'll have your appointment time. You have up to 15 minutes to unload your car. So you'll come into your entry, and we'll talk a little bit about the maps and entries, I think on the next slide. You come in, you'll be directed to a spot where you'll have up to 15 minutes to unload into our green bins that you can see on the screen. And we do have volunteers there to help unload into the green bins. And do not leave your car unattended at all because you could get towed, ticketed and or towed. And then it just really slows down our whole flow of traffic if there's a car that's just left in our drop-off zone. So once it's unloaded, we ask the driver to go to our short-term parking, and then there are shuttles that we're bringing back closer to the residence halls to help your student unpack. But definitely like 15 minutes, don't leave the car unattended at all. And if students do come on their own, which there are students who do come on their own, we do have staff that will watch their stuff while they go park and come back to get it. Uh, I think that's the big one. And we can welcome does start on August 19th. So it's after our move-in appointments, those 2 days. So your student will not miss out on WOW if they're come on the 19th, or then they won't miss out on it if they come on the 19th. So sometimes students are like, oh, if they miss out, if they come too early or too late, it works out. We have it worked out with NSCP that they move in and then they start WOW. All right, so move-in tips. So stick to your move-in appointment time. That really helps everything move smoothly and quickly when people come in at their time. So we have a certain number of time slots of people who get each time slot. So it's every 15 minutes, there could be 20 to 30 people, students who have that same time. And we have that number of spots for them to unload in. And so it just helps us keep us moving when people come to at their appointed time. And then use your Mustang move-in map and not your GPA. And that's very important because we've shut down part of the road through campus to make it a much smoother process for people to drop off and get through. So we have a couple neighborhoods that come in Grand Avenue, but most of the neighborhoods are going to come in on Highland Drive. So do look at the Mustang move-in map. We don't have them quite ready yet, but when they are ready, they'll be on our Mustang move-in page, which Sona has shared in the chat. And then we'll also be emailing them out to your student and through parent and supporter programs. So you'll be able to get that map print it out, have it up on your phone, but do not use your GPS when you come for move-in. And drop off is 15 minutes, and then you go off to short-term parking, and no U-Hauls, trailers, or oversized vehicles. And the reason for that is they're too big, they take up more space, and some parts of our campus, the parking garages, aren't able to fit very large vehicles. So if you have those larger vehicles, U-Hauls, trailers, do park in our short-term parking and come over on the shuttle. If you have another vehicle that you can use to go through the drop off, that would be the best bet. And sometimes people use Ubers to come through if they don't have their own vehicle or they have a too big of a vehicle to come through and drop off that way. Okay, so college boxes. So this is a way to help with move-in. And we've contracted with this company to do ship to room services. So Sona's dropped the link to that company in there. And if you have any questions on college boxes, do reach out directly to them since they're a third party to us. We're not affiliated with them, but we are working with them to help make move-in easier. So whether or not you're coming from afar, flying, which often are people who use the service because instead of bringing it all on the airplane, they can just ship it ahead. But also just people who want to make a little easier move-in day. Um, because then you just show up and unload your things, come with your valuables, and then you unpack. Make it a little easier for you. Um, and then, so when you're packing, we do ask that you pack sustainably, using reusable bags or tubs rather than cardboard boxes. And this helps of keeping the trash load down on our campus. With having 9,000 students moving in within about a week, that can get really out of hand quickly. And so the more that you're able to come with less waste, that really helps campus. And both for your vehicle and for campus, is we recommend that you remove new items from the original packaging before you come. And that really that does save space in your car and then has less trash here on campus. And the next one, we'll talk about packing lists. So Sunda's going to drop in our packing list, which include what to pack and what not to pack. So these are some of our highly recommended things to bring, especially laundry detergent, free laundry, but you have to bring your laundry supplies. Our bedding for all beds on campus are extra long XL twin. So look for the XL twin bedding. Dusters, just because, especially being out a little bit more rural and having the mountains next to us, it can get dusty. Surge protectors, and they need to be LE rated, and that's to help with fire safety and with all the electronics that we are plugging in nowadays. This really helps. Air purifiers, again, there's dust. We're more rural than other communities, um, and hundreds of people living in one building. It, it's nice to have an air purifier. Fans. So we do have a box fan pictured. I live north of St. Louis in Atascadero. I do not have AC, and box fans are my lifesaver. I put them in the window at night when it cools off and cool off my house, and then I shut up the windows and close curtains during the day, and it really keeps my house cooler longer. And my house is not as well insulated as the build as our residence halls on campus. So that really helps students. And then having a box fan or some of the students who work for housing really like the Wuzus, which I also have. And it just helps move the air around to make it a little bit more comfortable for the students. And then, of course, toiletries, shower shoes, students definitely recommend noise canceling headphones and earbuds. It's helpful when you're living in a building with hundreds of people, especially if you're a light sleeper, want to concentrate more on studying. They're really helpful. So these are some of our what not to packs. I'm not going to go over them too much, but as you'll see in this page and the next one, it's mostly like higher things that use more load and or um, they have a heating element. And so both of those are to kind of keep for fire safety and then to keep our buildings from getting overloaded with too much appliances. I know my house, I can't run a a fan or a space heater and my toaster oven at the same time because it like kills the electrical load. Our buildings are much better than my house, but still, if we have too much, it can really cause some issues, as well as fire hazard. So these are all on the packing list on the bottom half as well. And just kind of keep an eye on this as you're helping your student buy things to come to campus. I know I've seen lots of packing lists online, especially social media, about what to bring. Some of the things on those lists are on our do not bring list. So just keep in mind that some of the things that you might see as like must-haves may not be allowed at Cal Poly. And I guess I'll go back one more time. For under like these things here, like the microwaves, they are in every building. So every floor and then North Mountain, every room, and in our apartments and suites, every apartment or suite has them as well. So they are easily accessible to all our residents. Sometimes just right outside their the dorm room door is a microwave. And then for refrigerators, there's a mini fridge or a full-size fridge for some of our rooms, suites, apartments, but there's a mini fridge in every room for residents. So they have a refrigerator readily available to them. So which is why we have them not bring it because we're able to control like how much power it uses. We know that they're in good working condition and whatnot. And then if there is a problem, we're able to swap it out for a new one for a student. And I do want to go back to some of the kitchen appliances. So I have talked to a lot of parents who've asked about Instapots or air fryers and different things. Those are not allowed. They can use kitchens to prepare things, and students really aren't going to cook as much as you want them to, or think they will, or even as much as they think they might make, just because they're really busy getting adjusted to life away from home, college classes, activities, studying. So dining will talk more about dining, their plans, and kind of what they're aiming to do for the students and why we require the dining plans. But just, keeping in mind that they're not going to cook as much, at least the first year, as they will maybe when they're in apartments or off campus. But these are all the kind of for the safety of our residents. Okay. And then we're going to talk about breaks. This comes up every year. So our housing remains open for our fall break and our spring break. Most students do leave, but we do have staff around, and the buildings are still accessible to students, so they can get back into their building, into their room during these breaks. Now, housing does close for winter break, so do keep note of these dates. And Sona's dropped in a couple links that goes to some pages that have more information. But they all have to be out by noon on December 19th. And they don't have to move everything out. They just need to take what they need for the break. So any important documents, like IDs and passports, anything that they're going to want during that break, they need to take with them and have it with them before noon on the 19th. And then they'll be out of housing. So housing, the buildings will be closed until noon on the 24th. And I know this is different than we've done in the past, since now we're in semesters. We were starting really at the beginning of January, and now we're starting at the end of January. So we did kind of expand our winter break housing options. So we have two different sessions. So they're kind of half sessions for students who might need to stay like, earlier or more in January, and then those who want to be there for the whole session. Sometimes this is our international students or maybe students who don't have extended family or just would rather stay here. The winter break charges are listed on the screen, and just note that in the housing what you're paying for housing, it does not include that time that we're closed for winter break. So it's only including all the times that we're open for each semester and not the time between the two semesters. And we do have information on our website, and then we'll be including emails to your students about when the building closes, when it reopens, how to sign up for winter break housing. And then for North Mountain residents, we do require them to drop off their brass key before they leave. and then they pick it up when they return. And let's just keep those buildings secure since there's no, um, since their doors are accessible from the outside. Virtual tours. Okay, I'm almost done. So virtual housing tours. Someone's dropping this link in the chat as well. This is where you can go on and see inside our buildings. Do note that the what we have that says Yaki Tutu Quintuple, we had done that before it got converted to a quintuple. So it's very similar to what you're going to see when you're looking at it, but there'll be a bunk bed and then three lofted beds. But the space is the same. And instead of two mini fridges, there's a full-size fridge. And then we do not have double suites in our virtual tours right now either. But for the Cerro Vista double suites, you can go onto our website. I believe that's also going to go in the chat with the different floor plans. So our halls pages, so they can go look. You can go look at the floor plans, what furniture is included, and different things like that. Okay, so this is my last screen, and let's see. What time is it? Okay, I'm over time. I'm so sorry. So I will stay on a little bit longer to answer questions in the Q&A. So do drop them in there. And again, if it's any dining questions, do keep those for dining. And thank you so much for having us and reach out to us with any questions. We look forward to seeing you in just under 4 weeks. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. I hope that was very informative. Thank you all for that. We're working through the Q&A questions. I got a lot of steamer questions, so we'll be getting more information about the steamers. But thank you all for being very inquisitive. Our next presentation is going to be about One Community, which is kind of how we create an inclusive space on campus. And I believe is going to be given by Officer Herrera, if that's correct. Looks like yes. So I will hand it off to Officer Herrera. He will be speaking about our community. Thank you.
Alrighty, good morning, everybody. Let me share my screen really quick. Oops, that's not it. There it goes. Even better. Alrighty, so I'm Sergeant Frank Weber of the Cal Poly Police Department. So we work closely with a lot of the different departments on campus, including with housing, the Dean of Students Office, the Health Center, the Counseling Center, and so on. So one big thing we try to do is try to prevent some of this stuff from happening, but at the same time, working really hard to keep our students safe. So the public safety department on campus consists of parking, police department, emergency management, and business services. So these are all the different agents, organizations within public safety that your students will be interacting with usually on a regular basis. So let me get into the big stuff. So I know some of you have been wondering about the police department. So we are a California Post certified police department. We're no different compared to the city police or the sheriff's office, or the California Highway Patrol. And matter of fact, we fall under the same classification as the California Highway Patrol. So there's some information about that. So one of the big things we try to do on a regular basis is to really work really hard in trying to keep our students safe. Theft is one of the big issues that we have on campus, and it's usually non-students coming on campus and stealing things. And that is what we work really hard in trying to keep our students safe and so on. We also have a 911 dispatch center on campus. So we are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if one of our students calls 911, it will come straight to the police department. Our response time to any type of a call on campus is usually within a few seconds to a couple of minutes. This also includes medical calls, which is usually something that we get a lot on weekend nights. Then we also, on top of that, we will also work a lot of the event stuff on campus. Property registration, I'll go into a little bit more detail about that in a little bit, but if your students plan on bringing any type of device on the campus, a bike, Anything that computer, anything that has a serial number, I highly recommend registering it free, and I'll go into more details about that. Investigations, we do all of our own investigations. That includes criminal and also educational. So we work closely with Title IX when we handle any type of investigation that would require Title IX to be notified or Dean of Students Office to be notified. All of our investigation notes and reports heads over to those departments also. Um, Muscle Patrol, we have a really great CSO program on campus. One of the things I would recommend if you do have any students that are going to be are looking for a job, I would highly have them come over and apply. We are hiring for students. They do everything from Mustang Patrol. They do a lot of the escorts on campus. They work a lot of the events on campus. They help out in everything. They also work with the property registration. So one of the big reasons why you want to register your items with us is that should something end up happening where it gets lost, it gets stolen, there's a greater chance of us being able to recover those items back. A couple of years ago, we had a group of individuals steal about 16 bikes from campus. Since those students had registered those bikes with us, the Monterey County Sheriff's Office stopped that vehicle and discovered all those bikes had been stolen from Cal Poly, and we were able to get all those bikes back to our students. So I highly recommend have your student register those items with us. Mustang Patrol, they work in the evening hours, and what they do is they meet with the student on campus if they're at the library, at a class, and they walk them back to their dorm. Anywhere on campus where they want to be escorted to, our CSLs will happily take care of that, even walking them to their car if they have a car on campus. Emergency blue phones, these are located everywhere, even including up in the trailheads up in the canyon. So if a student needs emergency services, they hit the blue phone button. It automatically calls 911. It lets the dispatch know the GPS coordinates of where that blue phone activation is, and we can get resources to them immediately. Let's see, Mustang Safe app. Okay, one of the big things I would highly recommend is to have your student download this app. This is an app that's paid by Cal Poly. It is totally free. They can get in contact with dispatch. They can register their property through the app, or they can go online to the police.calpoly police.calpoly.edu website and register their items there also. They can do a virtual escort if they like, where if they don't arrive to their location within a specific time frame, it'll send an alert and it'll give our dispatch center the exact GPS coordinates where your student's at. They can do all kinds of stuff with this app, and I would highly recommend having your student download it. You can download it on your Apple, you can download it onto your Android. It's a great app. I would highly recommend that you download it and so on and get it going. Okay, I know there's been a couple questions regarding scooters and skateboards in the questions and answers. So here's the thing. They're not allowed on campus. Doesn't matter if it's a scooter, a skateboard, rollerblades, roller skates, or coasters, which are kind of like Heelys. They're not allowed on campus. It doesn't matter if it's motorized or not. So one of the big reasons why these are not allowed on campus is because we've had some really bad injuries, bad accidents on campus. We even had one fatality. So that is the reason why they're not allowed on campus, and we do a lot of strict enforcement. I know there's a rumor out there that athletics are exempt from it. They are not exempt. They have to follow the rules. They have to follow the rules and everything, just like everybody else. And we've been giving warnings out and citations. So if your students plan on bringing one, do not bring them on. Don't bring them. You can write them off campus, but not on campus. And for sure, there's a very good chance they might receive a citation. Okay, alcohol and drugs. I'm going to be in the same seats you guys are going to be in about a year from now. My daughter's a senior in high school. One of the big things that we've been doing on our end, and I would highly recommend you do on your end, is talk to your students about this. I'm not going to say it doesn't happen on campus. It does, And that's why it's really important as a parent, we should be speaking with them and letting them know. In the years previous, we've had parents buy cases of alcohol for their students, for the freshman students as they're moving in. Please do not do that. Your student will get in trouble with housing and with the university, including with the police department. So if you're thinking about doing that, please do not purchase alcohol for your students. I would, like I said, highly recommend talk to your students about alcohol and drugs. If a student is in need of medical care, if they reach out to us or if their friends reach out to us, they're not going to get in trouble criminally. We will show up, paramedics will show up also, and we will get them the whatever medical care they need. And if they need to go to the hospital, they'll go to the hospital and we'll get them all taken care of. But it is really important to talk to your students regarding this topic and so on. Okay, parking. So just to get down to it, as a freshman student, there's going to be no parking allowed on campus. Back in the day, there used to be. Now, I think several years ago, I think about a year or two before COVID, they ended up banning freshmen from bringing cars. So there are other options to be able to get around campus. One of them is going to be Mustang Shuttle. They operate, they start first thing in the morning, go into the evening hours. There are specific shuttle pickup points that they can go to. They'll drop them off wherever they need to go, the library, certain locations on campus. It's a great option. Another option, if your student has a driver's license and they've been driving for at least a year, there's a service that they can get into, which is a zip card. There's 11 zip cards on campus. The membership pays for the gas, for the insurance registration, pays for all of that. And your student can use it to go to Target, to the stores, to the beach, anywhere within a certain distance of the campus, they can use those cards for it. And those zip cards are located everywhere. Mustang Express, I know on the social media groups, people have been talking about it. Please get those tickets as soon as you can. They get filled up really quick. It's a great little service. The shuttle picks up on campus. If they live in Northern California, there is a specific spot that they'll drop them off at. Live in Southern California, same thing, and so on. So there's a great little service to use. Regarding bicycles and bicycle lockers and e-bikes, those are bikes and e-bikes are only things that are allowed on campus. Make sure your student brings a U-lock and a cable lock. Make sure they lock them up correctly to the bike racks. Use the U-lock to lock up the frame of the bike to the bike rack and the cable lock to lock the tires to the bike rack also. This way they don't get stolen. If your student's going to be bringing a very expensive bicycle, I would highly recommend getting the bicycle lockers that are located throughout campus. One will get assigned to your student and they can lock up their bicycle in there. It's not shared with anybody else. It is their locker for the time that they decide to rent it out and so on. Regarding SLO transit, if your student wants to get around in the city, all they have to do is use their Cal Poly ID card and they'll get to ride the city bus for free. They can go anywhere in the city for free of charge with no issues. For regional transit, if they want to go to the beach or head to any of the other coastal communities, there's being a Cal Poly student, they can get their tickets at a discounted price. It's not free like the city bus. However, it's a nice little bus service to use and so on. And then for Amtrak, it is cool. It's a nice little service. You get, they offer discounts and Amtrak picks up right on Grand Avenue in front of the pack and everything, or in front of Ceremony, depending on what's going on, and so on. Okay, emergency management. One of the things we've been telling our students during the SLO Day presentations is to register the parents for the poly alerts. They're allowed to register one telephone number additional beside theirs, and we highly recommend that they include your number also. One of the things I've also told the students, because I'm usually the one who's doing presentations for the students, is that to make sure they set up some type of a schedule to speak with their parents once a week, couple times a week, whatever the schedule is. Um, it was just like with my wife. She's concerned. She's worried about our daughter going to college next year. And one of the things that we've been talking about is setting up some type of a schedule. So this way, my wife and my daughter can talk. I can talk to my daughter when she decides to go to college. So it's really important. So this way, I know there's going to be a lot of parents who are going to be concerned. It's their first student leaving home and they just want to communicate. And it's just really important for that to happen. Okay, this is our contact information. The bottom number, the non-emergency number, is our dispatch line. This cell phone number is also located on the back of your student's poly ID card. So if they ever need to reach us, or if you ever need to get in contact with us, just call a non-emergency number and we will see what we can do to try to help you out. If there's an emergency, then we've been telling our students to call 911. It will come to us. If it doesn't come to us and goes to the city agency or the county, always make sure you let them know that it's Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, since there's 3 Cal Polys now located in California. So it's really important to let them know which one you're calling and so on. I know San Luis PD will be coming up behind me shortly, and I'll be handing it over to them, and I'll be checking the questions and answer board and see if there's anything I need to answer. Congratulations to your students. It's a big step, and it's going to be a lot of fun for them and for the families. So enjoy yourselves and so on. Take care.
Officer Herrera, I was going to ask if I could just ask a few questions. We have a
Yes.
few extra minutes. There's a couple of great ones in the chat here, but I think you touched upon it a little bit earlier. Could you just share some of the kind of maybe the key differences or benefits of having the on-campus police department versus our City of SLO department?
Yeah, so the campus department, we specialize not just on the criminal aspects of criminal law, but we also deal with a lot of educational laws, both state and federal. Um, we also have a very hands-on relationship with our students on campus. So we work really hard to work with our residents up in the dorms, especially our freshman students, since it's their first time away from home. So we work really hard to build that relationship with them. We also work on having our relationship going with a lot of our student services on campus, like EOP, scholars, CASA, and so on with all those groups. So usually every summer, we work with a lot of the groups on campus. We get invited out to go speak with the students during the summer sessions. Also during the academic year, we get called out to just come out and do kind of a little town hall forum where we just speak with the students and answer their questions. And our big thing is keeping that relationship with them. The city agency, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a great agency. We work very closely with them, but you have to keep in mind they're responsible for the entire city and not just the camp. They wouldn't be responsible for the campus per se in general. So a lot of the stuff that happens on campus would not fall under where it would be an immediate response from a local agency. It can take a couple hours for somebody to respond sometimes. And being a city agency, they're responsible for the entire city, where they have almost 100,000 people in the city during the academic school year. So for them to be able to respond to some of the minor stuff, they would not be able to respond as fast or as quickly as possible. For on campus, like for the medical calls, when that happens, our response time is usually a few minutes. Unlike the city, it takes the fire department better yet, it takes the fire department up to about 5 to 10 minutes to be able to respond. And the ambulance can take anything from 10 to 20 minutes, depending on where they're coming from in the county. So there's a quicker response from us. We're able to deal with the students and deal with the concerns that they have, also working with the parents and not just the students also.
You answer my next question, which was the response time. It's a question I hear often. We say it's fast, but thank you for that context on how fast it is. One question that's come up quite a couple times in either our chat or in other parents and even students I've talked to is regarding pepper spray. Can you just clarify, is pepper spray allowed on campus? And I think I've heard it allowed on campus, but maybe not in the residence halls. Could you give us some clarity on that item?
Yeah. So pepper spray is allowed on campus. The only thing is that university housing has their own policies that the students have to follow also. So if your student is living on campus, it's really important to speak with university housing to find out what their policies are. Regarding criminally on campus and campus policy itself, that they are fine to have it. But they're not allowed to have they're not allowed to have tasers. That's going to be a no-no. The only thing the university has allowed to have on campus in general is pepper spray. But the university housing has their own policies, and I would recommend that you speak with them to find out what those specific policies are.
Great. Well, thank you for some of those additional questions that we keep hearing, which are obviously very important to our parents and supporters here today. So thank you again for your time. And if that's everything, we'll turn it back over to Aiden.
You got it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Officer Herrera. That was really good information. A lot of great questions in the Q&A. Keep them coming. We're trying to answer as many, so y'all are being super into it. I love seeing all these questions. They're fantastic. The next presenter we're going to have is from the city of SLO to talk about our lovely community. It's lovely living here. I have so much fun. Truly, it's amazing. It's going to be Laura. She's going to be talking about SLO, and she's from Visit SLO. So take it away, Laura.
Okay. Good morning. Now I'm unmuted. You can probably hear me now. Let me just take a quick moment to share my screen and we can get rolling. Okay. Hopefully that's working. Everybody can see the full screen and hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, I'm so pleased to be with you this morning. My name is Laura Fiedler. I'm the Economic Development and Tourism Manager for the City of San Luis Obispo. I also had the pleasure of being born and raised here in San Luis Obispo, not very far from Bishop's Peak Mountain, which is the photo we're using here on the screen. And it is one of my favorite things that I get to do in this job is to talk to our supporters and our families of Cal Poly students and welcome them to our community for the duration of their students' time here in our community and hopefully beyond. It's a very special place, and we hope that you come to love San Luis Obispo, the Cal Poly campus, as much as we do here in this city. So I'm here to help share with you how you can make the most of your time in San Luis Obispo when you do choose to come and visit your Mustang. And so unlike all of the resources that you're hearing about from some of your other presenters, this presentation is primarily focused on what you can do and experience off campus. So perhaps some of you have visited Hawaii and heard of the Aloha Spirit. We have a version of that here in San Luis Obispo, and it's called the SLO Life. So let me take a moment on our next slide here to share with you what we mean when we say the SLO Life.
So, Laura, this will be a great time for Learn by Doing. We're not able to hear the audio currently.
Oh, no.
It's okay. If you could stop sharing your screen,
Okay.
and when you share again on the right-hand side, after you select kind of what file or what screen you want to share, on the far right, it says enable sound or allow sound. If you click on that kind of enable button, it's like in a right display navigation pane. Once you do that, you should all of our attendees should be able to hear the sound this time.
Okay. Thank you, Dale, for those instructions.
Learn by doing.
Obispo, a city sitting smack.
How's it going now?
Yep, much better.
Okay, great.
Hey! Hi! How's it going? So, it's me, your friendly neighborhood SLO life coach, straight from San Luis Obispo, a city sitting smack dab between San Francisco and Los Angeles on California's Central Coast. Now, I know what you're thinking. Life coach? I've already got this whole life thing figured out. Of course you do. Look at you. Flossing every day, remembering your reusable bags at the grocery store, staying hydrated, adulting like a pro. But life in San Luis Obispo is a whole other story. Here, we live the slow life. It's slower, fresher, less hustle and more bustle around unique shops. More early morning yoga and lazy afternoon lunches. No laundry folding, no lawn mowing, and definitely no cooking. Thank you. Everyone's invited to live the slow life, and I'm here to help you do it like a local. Can I take that for you? To help you slow down and savor pure California perfection right here on the Central Coast. Which brings us back to hello. Your first slow life tip, always say hi. Hi there. So, hello! Or, however you like to say it, because slow is a city without strangers. Just friends you haven't met yet. It's all sunshine and walkable streets in slow. I'm full of slow life tips like that, and just regular living your best life tips. So stay tuned. This is your slow life coach signing off. For now, come live the slow life. It stays with you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to take a quick moment here because before the next part of our presentation, I'm going to be referring to some resources that we find in our brochure. And so I want to make sure you guys have access to this. So I'm going to drop these in the chat for you. Okay, and so that has some links for you where you can see our digital brochure that I will be referring to for the next part of our presentation. All right, let me get my slide deck back up. Okay. Nope, I'm definitely not going to make you watch that twice. I've probably seen it a million times, but you do not need to. Okay. All right. So now you've had a brief chance to hear from our very own slow life coach about what the slow life is. She is available to help guide you through the slow life as you learn about our community. For our presentation today, I'm going to go through 5 slow life tips that we've customized specifically for you here as Cal Poly supporters. And they are to come often, book early, let us help you, embrace the slow life, and stay connected. So check out those links in the chat. You can find a link to our digital brochure. We have them available in both English and Spanish, and we'll work through that booklet as we explore the next part of the presentation here. Okay, slow life tip number 1, come often, even if it's not just to see your Mustang. I'm sure your students are looking forward to seeing you as much as possible, but you can also explore San Luis Obispo without them, maybe come and see them for dinner and then take a few days to explore our community on your own. You'll never run out of things to do here. We have endless outdoor activities, unforgettable views from our many mountains surrounding the city, incredible restaurants, farmers markets, unique shopping. You're going to have to start a bucket list to cover the next 4 years or beyond while your student is here in San Luis Obispo. So let's talk about some of those activities a little bit more specifically. Number 1, we invite you to explore our beautiful downtown. We have, it's basically oriented around 3 primary streets, Marsh, Higuera, and Monterey. It's very accessible. It's a perfect environment to take a walk after dinner, to do some shopping. We have a really nice mix of eclectic boutiques, independent retailers, a few name brands, some hidden gems. wine tasting rooms, cidery tasting rooms, casual outdoor dining by the creek, etc. There's really a lot to do there, and we invite you to explore. We also suggest you go for a hike. We have 65 trails that surround the city as part of our open space, more than 4,000 acres of protected open space. Actually, the city of SLO is celebrating 30 years of our open space program, and we're actually having a little community picnic on one of our many vistas around the city here this afternoon and evening, just to celebrate that milestone. We take conservation very seriously here in the San Luis Obispo, and it's enabled us to provide all of these great outdoor recreation assets for all of our community members and students and visitors to enjoy. They're also very dog friendly. And it's very exciting that we have trailheads that are pretty much walking distance and accessible from every neighborhood in town, even from my own house over here near the airport. I've got two great trails that I can reach just off foot without even getting into a car. So it's a really nice thing that you can avail yourself here as a visitor, and we encourage your students as well to take a hike. All right. Next time you come to SLO, you should also make sure to try and come on a Thursday night. We do a farmer's market every single Thursday night, year round. We only close it on a few rare occasions where we have bad rain, but otherwise winter, spring, summer, and fall, we have a Thursday night summer market. Right now in the summer, those hours are 6 to 9 p.m. It's really more like a street fair than a traditional farmer's market. We certainly do have produce. It is a certified farmer's market, but we also have a ton of other offerings. We have hot food, barbecue, every type of cuisine, international cuisine, drinks. You can think of entertainment. There's free samples. There's different theme nights at different times of the year. You'll see locals down there, kids down there, students, of course. I think it's actually part of their week of welcome programming this year to go explore a farmer's market. So it really is San Luis Obispo's iconic event. And we encourage you to make sure at least one of your visits in SLO, you make sure to stop in on a Thursday night. Okay. We also encourage you to wine and dine. That's pages 30 and 39 in your brochure that you're looking through. We have evolving food and drink culture here. We are recently named one of Yelp's top foodie cities, the only foodie city in California to be named. We're also home to two Michelin recommended restaurants, and we're surrounded by major wine regions of Paso Robles up the grade to the north, which is very famous for their big, bold reds, and the Slow Coast wine region, kind of out towards the Edna Valley in our south, which is very famous for some of our whites and some of our lighter reds, like a Pinot Noir. So whatever your favorite type of wine is, within 15 to 20 minutes of campus, you can find completely different types of wine, fantastic wine. And we encourage you to get out and explore if that's what you're interested in. There's a map of our wine country and tasting experiences on page 36 in your brochure. And if you want to stay right here in the heart of San Luis Obispo, we also have more than 30 wineries in the city and its surroundings that you can enjoy. All right, let's move on to the following slide, Discover Arts and Culture. In addition to our emphasis on outdoor recreation, we also really love arts and culture here in the city of San Luis Obispo. We're a true melting pot of creative expression. We have a ton of art galleries, museums, and theaters. We have a evolving cultural arts district near the Mission, San Luis Obispo, which also is home to our San Luis Obispo Museum of Art, the History Center, the Children's Museum. We're getting a brand new little kiosk I'm really excited about in Mission Plaza, Kiosk Cafe, which is going to be called SLO Days, kind of like bodega, but for SLO. If you haven't gotten sick of all the SLO-based puns yet over the course of your introduction to our community, believe me, over the course of your Mustang's time here, you will get very sick of it. We can put SLO in front of everything, including bodega. So yeah, that little cafe will be opening in the summer. We're very excited about that. And we also have more than 100 pieces of public art surrounding our city. We're talking murals, sculptures, architecture. One of my favorite public art programs is all of our utility boxes are painted by different local artists, and they swap those out every now and then. And it's just you're walking down a street in one of our neighborhoods, and all of a sudden you come across this amazing piece of art just wrapped around what otherwise would be a very gray and ugly utility box. So we really do find ways to get public art everywhere you can. And we encourage you to check that out while you're out exploring our community and just find ways to explore some of that beauty here in our city. All right, moving on to pages 24 and 25 in your brochure. We also have events and activities year round. Thanks to our amazing weather here, we never really have an off season in San Luis Obispo. Almost every weekend, we've got some sort of festival, family-friendly activity, free community events. During the summer, we have concerts in the plaza. That's what you see pictured here on the slide, where we have every Friday night in Mission Plaza. It's a free concert. Tons of different types of music and bands are celebrated throughout the course of the summer. It's over 14 contiguous Fridays through the summer. We're also doing a couple really big block party style events for concerts in the plaza this year. We just had one over the 4th of July weekend where we actually closed down a couple streets around the Mission and had a huge block party, free party for the community. We're doing another one August 14th. And it really is one of our community signature events. They just celebrated its 30th season here this summer. But yeah, there's events in Mission Plaza almost year round. I think we have over 65 plus events a year just in Mission Plaza itself, let alone all of our other public spaces and parks around town. In the holidays, we have our holiday parade, a huge activation and free light experience in the plaza there in January. Definitely come back for SLO Restaurant Month. It's a celebration of our culinary scene here in the city. So many different restaurants offer specials or special menus or perhaps at different price points. And that's a great time just to get out and explore different dining offerings here in the city. Later on in April, we have our SLO International Film Fest for all you film enthusiasts. They take over pretty much every venue where you could possibly show a film in the city. It's a really wonderful festival. Definitely come back for that. And then, of course, we have our Pride festivals in June in Mission Plaza and also a couple different other locations in the city. So there's always something going on. Check it out. We've got an events calendar at visitslo.com, and there really is something for everyone. Okay, we also encourage you to embrace the mid-weekend. Why should weekends get all of the fun? Living the SLO life, as you saw in the video I showed a few minutes ago, also means that when you're here, every day can feel like a Saturday. We have been declared officially by our mayor the mid-weekend vacation capital of the world. So we encourage you to come here Sunday through Thursday, experience small-time California with big-time charm. It's a little bit more of an intimate experience here, and you can explore and enjoy everything that the community has to offer, perhaps while your student is in class and studying very hard, and you can meet up with them in the evening. So yeah, come here during the midweekend. It's a great time to come. Okay, now getting into a little bit of the nitty-gritty here. We do have now that you're hooked, you want to come. How do you get here? Hopefully you and your student have already discovered that we have an airport very close to town, just 10, 15 minutes from Cal Poly's campus. It's called San Luis Obispo Airport. The call sign there is SBP if you're searching for flights. We have direct flights from 9 cities. That includes LA, San Francisco, Denver, Phoenix. What else we got? We have a seasonal flight to Vegas, Portland, Seattle, and Dallas. So you really can get anywhere you need to go just by connecting through those 9 different airports. We also are serviced by Amtrak. That's featured here in this photo. You can take the Pacific Surfliner or the Coast Starlight to destinations in Northern and Southern California. Excuse me. Your students can also get 15% discount on the Pacific Surfliner that's offered through Amtrak. And you can also visit slocarfree.org for other ways where if you are traveling to San Luis Obispo without the use of a car, you can check out other discounts that might be available to you at businesses around town just to celebrate how you're coming here without a car. Okay, excuse me. So once you are here, how do you get around? There are many options to help you explore. Our SLO city buses have a lot of connections up to campus. Your student's Poly card will give them free access, and for parents, there's only a fee of $1.50 to hop on. If you do arrive with a vehicle, there's plenty of paid parking downtown. We have parking on streets and surface lots. We have parking garages, as well as numerous EV stations. We have a brand new parking garage. It's beautiful in our cultural arts district, and that actually has the highest concentration of EV chargers from LA to San Francisco. So if you are coming with an EV, that's a great place to stop and charge and enjoy the downtown while you're doing so. And we're also encourage you to take a bike while you're here. We've been designated as a gold level bicycle friendly community since 2007. Our network of our bicycle network here has over 70 miles of bike paths, bike lanes, on-street facilities. We have a bike kitchen right downtown. Off Marsh Street, which is a great place to purchase a used bike or take your bike with parts, tools, and knowledge if you need to get that fixed. So biking is a great way to do it. I know it's very popular with the students, and also if you're visiting, it's a great way to get around town too. Okay, that was a very long, slow life tip, but I know it gets a lot faster from here. Our slow life tip number 2 is to book early and be prepared here. At the very back of your brochure, you will find a list of all the properties in San Luis Obispo. The city has over 41 unique lodging properties and over 2,500 rooms, so there is room for everyone. We just encourage you to book early if you know your dates, particularly on those popular Cal Poly event weekends when you know in advance you'll be coming to town. So this is the map of where all of our hotels are located in the city. Not sure if you can see my cursor, but lucky for you Cal Poly supporters, up in the upper right side of the screen, the top right, you can definitely see a huge cluster of hotels right near the Cal Poly campus. A lot of those are very walkable to campus. Great option for you if you're looking to do events on campus. We also have several in our downtown core here. And then we also have several that are kind of on our Highway 101 corridor. That's where you'll find a lot of our more branded properties, a little bit larger properties down there. So really encourage you every time you come to San Luis Obispo, try out a different property, find one that feels like home for you, and yeah, just experience the variety that you can get here with these different types of properties. And I just want to flag for you, I'm sure your SLO Days leaders have gone over some of these dates with you, but for booking hotels in advance, some very popular ones, as you're probably already discovering, are move-in weekend, week of welcome in August, Cal Poly open house in April, and of course, graduation weekend, which is now moving to May. So keep an eye on that calendar and try and book in advance. But if you do find yourself in a bind, there is help. You can call our toll-free number for the city and talk to one of our visitor information specialists at our Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center. That's 1-877 SLO Town, and they can help you find a property as well. Which leads us to SLO Life tip number 3. Let us help you. There's a lot of information here you're taking in with these SLO Days presentations. We totally get that sometimes you might just need a little bit more help to sort it out. So rest assured that we at Visit San Luis Obispo and the Visitor Center and our SLO Life coach, who you heard from a little bit earlier on the video, we've got you covered. So we have an official tourism site. It's called visitslo.com. We also, I want to flag for you, we have a live chat button down here. And, it's not AI. It's not a chat bot. It's like a real person who works in our visitor center, who knows the community, knows what's going on, has that information, and can answer some of your questions or point you in the right direction. Or if you want to talk on the phone, you can also call the visitor center at 1-877 SLO Town. That's that number I mentioned a minute or two ago as well too. And while you're here in San Luis Obispo, you can also visit our visitor center. It's at 895 Monterey Street, right there at Monterey and Morrow in the heart of downtown. It's just a block from the Mission. You can literally see it from Mission Plaza if you find yourself there. And it's open daily from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. You can, in addition to kind of being your own little concierge there, you can get places to stay, restaurants to try, activities to experience. There's also a great selection of SLO gear that you can purchase, souvenirs to choose from, maps, coupons, you name it. Come in and stop by and stock up so you're well prepared for your visit. And slow life tip number 4, embrace the slow life. So you don't want to just visit on slow on vacation. You are part of our community and culture. We consider you to be an honorary local until you quickly become a regular. So I wanted to share with you a couple of our community's values just so that you can better understand the community while you're here as well. And one of those key values is sustainability. Okay, Dale, hopefully this is working. Okay, I love that video about our Keys for Trees program, as you just saw on that slide. The city of SLO has a climate action plan to be carbon neutral by 2035, and part of that goal is planting 10,000 trees in the community through our 10 Tall program and our Keys for Trees initiative. So every time you stay here in town for your hotel stay, 1% of that annual revenue goes to help that effort through our Tourism Business Improvement District assessment revenue. So you can know just by staying in SLO, staying in our hotels, you're helping keep this place beautiful and to help plant trees in our community. So I think that's a really special part of our program here. So that finally leads us to slow life tip number 5, stay connected. So there's a QR code here on your screen, and I'm also gonna stop sharing for just a moment too to drop that link in the chat in case you're not able to get that QR code working for you. But as our welcome gift to you to encourage you to come to San Luis Obispo and visit your Mustang. One lucky supporter who we meet through SLO Days, both our in-person presentations on campus as well as these virtual ones, will win $1,000 to use towards a stay at a San Luis Obispo hotel this year. I'm going to say that again in case, I know it's Zoom on a Saturday is not great, but you have a chance to win $1,000 by scanning this QR code, signing up for our newsletter. You'll be the first to receive special offers and information. And I want to promise you, we don't spam your email too much. It's just like one newsletter a month. It highlights what's going on in town, key details and promotions from our businesses and hotels around town. So it's a really good resource, and it's not too overwhelming in terms of frequency. So let me stop sharing for just a moment. I'm going to go grab that link so that you can access that hotel giveaway. And then, Dale, I think we have a few minutes for questions, but you can keep me honest on how we're doing on time here. Do we have a few questions here? Okay, I'm looking. I see what are the best ways to go from Cal Poly to San Diego using public transportation. So I'd definitely say Amtrak. There's train service between San Diego and San Luis Obispo. It takes a while, but it definitely is a relaxing way to go. And honestly, the Amtrak route, for those of you who haven't taken it, it goes through some of the most stunning parts of coastal California, including around Vandenberg Space Force Base, parts of the coast that are inaccessible from your road or car that you wouldn't normally get to see. So at least once during your Mustang stay here on campus, I'd encourage them to try out the Amtrak if they're coming from Southern California. It's great. There's also plane service as well too between our airport and San Diego. Okay. And my son is living on campus. Is there a way to make that happen? Yeah, we can. As soon as I finish up this presentation, I'll put a link to our parking page that can talk about where parking might be available for students. Any must-try hotel recommendations? Oh, well, that really depends on, what you're looking for, what you are interested in. Your price point, of course, we have a couple. The Madonna Inn, of course, is a very iconic historic property right there off the 101 that's very famous for its decor. And it has a restaurant there. And a lot of food options there. We also have a variety of boutique hotels downtown that are fun to try. We have a couple properties, excuse me, closer out on to the 101 that have also been remodeled more recently or they're a little bit newer. So all different types of options. Then we have some closer to campus that are more walkable. So really, yeah, check them out. You can go to visit SLO.com and you can filter if there's a particular amenity or feature you're looking for on a property that can help narrow the list down. Or if you use our chat feature or call the visitor center and talk to one of our information specialists about what we have more in mind for your stay, they can help narrow that list down a little bit more. And when do we find out if we won the $1,000? I think when we finish all the SLO Days presentations, I think this is actually one of the last ones. We will be gathering all those offerings, and then we'll be doing a random selection and emailing the selected winner. So within the next couple weeks here, as we finish up SLO Days, we'll find out. Okay. Are there food or vineyard tours that are good ways to get the best taste feel for the slow life? Yeah, there's a couple. I think there's a couple different yeah, there's a couple different tours that you can take that will take you around to the vineyards. I can when I stop sharing here, I can spend a few minutes while Dale gets you ready for your next presentation to drop some of those links in the chat. We also have a couple tasting rooms downtown. Those are good options if you just want to come in and try a bunch of different types of varieties of wine while you're here without committing to a specific tasting room. And then in terms of food, I really do think that farmers market is a great way to try the variety of cuisine that the city has to offer. I like to go with a big group of friends or family and just have everybody get a different item from different food trucks and stations. And I'll have some of my husband's barbecue. I'll get sushi from some friend. I'll try some Indian food. I'll try some fresh produce. And you can really do that to kind of create your own sample board and get to know our cuisine here in town. We also have a couple public markets. So we have the SLO Ranch, which is right off the 101, kind of by the Madonna shopping centers, that has a bunch of different food vendors in one food hall, SLO Ranch and Marketplace. Great way to try a bunch of different places at once. And we also have the SLO Public Market on the other side of the freeway, which similar vibe. You can go with a group and everybody can get something different from different food stalls and check it out.
Laura, can I share some of my favorite spots?
Yes, please do. It's like asking to pick among your favorite children, right?
I
Like you can
know.
it's like really hard to answer. I don't want to
I
direct
love
people
playing tour
wrong.
guide when people come to
Yeah.
visit and stay. Novo, I think, is an
Yes.
iconic San Luis Obispo location just because it has a beautiful outdoor patio overlooking the creek right in the middle of downtown SLO. I feel like with our weather, with our atmosphere, that is just like a classic San Luis Obispo spot. Giuseppe's Italiana Cucina is my favorite like birthday spot I love to go to with my
Mm.
friends. It is much bigger than you anticipate, but those are two great ones in downtown. And then for wine tasting, I mean, Edna Valley's not that far out either. And yeah, there's some great like wine bars and there's some right in downtown on Higuera Street too, where you can get a good sampling of what the region has to offer, and then you can kind of set up your tour guides for Paso Robles or Edna Valley or even out to like Avila Beach. They have quite a few spots out there. So those are just some of the ones I'd like to throw out because there's a little bit of everything here in this area.
Also, do you want to know the most controversial part of this guidebook is page
Oh.
34, which is our SLO sandwiches list. It's not it's listed in alphabetical alphabetical
Oh,
order because it's a very political question, like what's your favorite sandwich shop in SLO? But we do have very strong sandwich game here in SLO. So I'm sure your students and Mustangs will be exploring that as they get to know our community. But there's a lot of good tips in the guidebook here to kind of direct you, but wholeheartedly agree with Dale's recommendations there.
as well as great coffee shops. It's one of our favorite icebreakers
Yes.
for any new staff that come. We talk about our favorite sandwich shops, our favorite coffee shops, and there are some very not controversial, very energetic
Polarizing.
conversations on what people stand behind as their coffee shop, but a lot of mom and pop spots, which I think it's just, I love. I mean, we have the Starbucks, et cetera, but there are a lot of just great pop-ups that are just to this area that I really have fallen in love to, and you get to kind of know the staff and how they contribute back to our community. So, so
Yeah,
many
and
great.
those are on page 32, all your coffee ones. We definitely have some here that are, 30, 40 years old, like Linnea's Cafe. I talked about that Slow Dega Cafe kiosk going into Mission Plaza. That's actually going to be run by the same owners as Linnea's longstanding business here. There's some newer ones on the scene that have just grown in popularity, Scout Coffee, but Cruiseburg Cafe, my boss swears by their breakfast burritos, field day. So yeah, you really can't go wrong. Enjoy the coffee. You and your students will both need it, I'm sure.
Well, Laura, thank you so much for this time as we kind of wrap up this presentation. Great insight, and looks like there'll be a few other things in the Q&A if you're able
Okay.
to stick
Yeah, I'll stay
around
for a
and
minute
answer.
and answer a few. Yeah, just in the chat, but I'll
Great.
let you guys move on to your next presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aiden, I'll turn it over to you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Laura. Like they said, we've got some awesome like dining venues, some awesome coffee shops, around the city of SLO. Not gonna share mine. I like keeping those wait times kind of low. So no disrespect to y'all, but got to keep the wait times low. We know it's been a long morning, so we're gonna have a little bit of a break. Please stretch, take a little walk, maybe get your own favorite coffee shop, maybe get a coffee or something. We'll reconvene at 11:10 for our presentation from dining. So thank you all. Awesome. Okay. Looks like we're ready to go. I saw one of the presenters pop up. I had a lovely break. I was playing a little bit of hacky sack with my friends in the office. But that's besides the point. I hope you all had a lovely break as well. Maybe you got some coffee, you got up and stretched a little bit. Our next presentation, like I mentioned before, is going to be from dining, talking about the on-campus dining options we have. And I believe it's going to be from Caitlin. So Caitlin, like she's sharing her screen. Please take it away.
Hi, everyone. I'm Caitlin Gibbons. I'm the registered dietitian with the campus dining program. Hope everyone's having a great session so far. I'm here today to talk about campus dining, and it won't take too much of your time, but we do want to go over some important parts or points, excuse me, as our dining program at Cal Poly is somewhat unique. So we will start with our dining plans, which for some reason are not showing up on here. The first slide, just a second here. Bear with me for one moment. I'm going to try to fix my slide. There we go. Better. Sorry about that. There are our three dining plans. So your student should have already selected one of these three plans. The most important thing to know is that regardless of which plan they chose, all of our dining plans are what we call a declining balance style plan. What this means is your student will get a lump sum of funds loaded onto their dining card at the beginning of the semester, and then they can use that money freely all over campus, dollar for dollar, basically anywhere food is sold. We'll show some of the map of our campus venues on a future slide, but it's very, very flexible in that way. Works just like a debit card. You'll see there for each plan, there's a total cost listed and then a total spend listed. You may be wondering why those two things are different. So the total cost is what you pay for the plan per semester. And then we do take an operations fee off the top of each plan just to help cover overhead of running the program. And then what you're left with is that dollar amount, the total spend, and that is what your student has to spend each semester. And money can be added onto a plan in a couple of different ways. So if a student runs low before the semester is over, you can add money on with a community dining plan. Our community dining plans are intended for continuing students and come in varying levels, different denominations. The lowest one starts at $275. So if you bought one of those small community plans for $275, we would actually load $300 onto the student's plan in dining dollars. So there is some value there in supplementing with a community plan versus just using a credit or debit card to buy food on campus. But that is also always an option. Up to $500 automatically rolls over from fall to spring semester if a student doesn't use up all their money. Anything over that $500 amount is forfeited, so it's important to budget. We do have some tools for that. One of our best tools is called the Balance Tracker. This is housed on our website, our Dine on Campus website. Supporters, students, anyone can go on that at any time. Basically, you put in what your current meal plan balance is, and then based on what week we are in the semester, it'll tell you if you're on track with your spending, if you're overspending or underspending. So that's a really handy tool. And then at the end of the academic year, up to $500 can roll over to a student's second year as long as you purchase one of those small community dining plans that I mentioned before for a student's second year. And then you can also change a plan for spring semester. So if your first semester plan for your student wasn't quite right, you can change that up to December 9th going into spring. All right, so here's a list of all of our dining venues on campus. We do have over 40 locations to eat. You can see from this map that it's kind of broken up by neighborhood. So we try to make it, no matter where you are on campus, we want you to have many options to eat. We do have two main dining facilities. One is called the Vista Grande Dining Complex. This is located near all of the first year housing. And then the other large complex is called the 1901 Marketplace. These are both set up kind of like a food court style with lots of different restaurants under one roof. And all of our dining is retail style on our campus. So what this means is we don't really have a lot of big cafeteria style dining or all you care to eat style venues. It's all more small restaurants sprinkled throughout campus. But something I like to note as the dietitian on campus, some people hear retail style and they automatically think fast food. And yes, while we do have some national brands on campus like Chick-fil-A, Panda Express, Starbucks, etc., the majority of our dining venues are actually our own internal brands where we are cooking food from scratch, using minimally processed ingredients, excuse me, and serving really fresh food. So you can see here we have a ton of variety. And your dining plan works at any of these venues listed on here. So that includes our food trucks. We also have 3 small markets on campus, in addition to all of the dining venues where students can shop with their dining funds. Okay, and then a couple of really important apps. We know no one wants more apps in their life, but these 2 are actually really critical for dining. So Grubhub is our mobile ordering system on campus. So we highly recommend students get this downloaded prior to WOW. But if they don't, they can download it during WOW. Their WOW leaders can help them troubleshoot and get it all set up. But essentially, we use Grubhub on our campus as mobile ordering, and that's it. So it's different than the outside world. Once a student gets their Grubhub account set up, they'll use their Cal Poly email address. That's what'll give them access to all of our on-campus food and link it to their dining plan. So there's no fees associated with using the program. It's strictly just mobile ordering. Students love this. It's a huge time saver, allows students to order ahead, reduce wait time, standing in line. And some of our dining venues, especially at peak hours, do get very, very busy and wait times can get long. So Grubhub is a huge asset. Students love it just to help, get through those venues quicker. And then the Get mobile app is really important as well. This is where you can add money onto your plan through this app. You can view your dining balance of your dining plan. So that one's also really critical and important. So please keep in mind that those will be really handy. And then lastly, we just want to make sure you know where to find information about dining, how to contact us. Our website has a wealth of resources on various topics. It's dineoncampus.com/Cal Poly. You can also follow us on social media. We're a fun follow. We post a lot of, special events that we're doing. We do free lots of all the fun things we're doing as well. Okay, so that concludes our presentation, but if you have any questions, we have Chelsea, our lovely executive who is answering questions in
Caitlin, you were breaking up a little bit toward the end there, so I don't think I caught much of the last slide or 2. I don't know if it's the internet. We're breaking the internet with our webinar today, but we didn't quite get all the info. I don't know if we want to try again. I don't know, Chelsea, if you're able to kind of share some of those last minute slides. But we do have a little bit of time for some Q&A that I can help facilitate. Aiden is our student as well, so he's living this in the food area on a day-to-day space. And maybe Aiden will do just a couple questions from our chat, and we'll see if Chelsea or Caitlin are able to join us, and we can wrap up our dining presentation here.
So I am still here. Can you hear me now? And there's Chelsea too.
Happy to help.
Apologies, it says I have a full connection. I'm not sure.
What were the last maybe 2 slides? I think one was about stay connected, follow you, fun on the socials. It's food, right? This is the fun part of the college life.
Yeah, here I can share my slides again. If I start breaking up, just put it in the chat and Chelsea can take over.
Okay.
Um, all right, so we'll go back one. This is about our Grubhub mobile app. So, do we hear this, Dale, or no?
Yep.
You already heard this part?
We heard there's some questions too about how is this very different than like an off-campus use of Grubhub? Is it just specifically for Cal Poly? There's been just some clarity on I mean, people use Grubhub, but it's a little bit different when it's just for our Cal Poly students and the selected venues.
Sorry,
Yes,
Dale, I think I saw that one.
absolutely. I can clarify that. Grubhub on campus for our okay.
I'll step in. The dining dollars cannot be used off campus, though a lot of students do utilize Grubhub in the community. They're two different halves of the same app.
Okay. And then this is our contact us slide. So just important, the website there has lots of information and resources on it. And then our social handle there if anyone wants to take a look and follow us. And lastly, subscribing to our Dish newsletter is great for supporters as well.
I was going to ask, like, can supporters get on that newsletter, especially if they want to know what their students are eating, or what the options are for them? I know I've always heard jokes about the most ordered food on campus. I don't know, is it still chicken fingers?
You know, that is what they say. I don't know if that's been fully vetted, but yes, it's very popular.
Very popular. There are greens, there are vegetables served on campus. I can attest to that.
Absolutely.
There's been some questions too on like where would a student and yeah, this is coming from our supporters, but where would they look up and see what dining plan was selected? Like where do we find that information?
Yeah, so they can do that in their portal to see what was selected.
And Dale, I've got that answer in the chat too. There's a little bit of a step-by-step to find those.
Yeah. And then there's other questions too about throughout the semester and if students run out, right? There's ability to add more funds if somehow they see they're not going to get to the end of the semester with their dining plan dollars still intact.
Yes, and I just saw the thing that I'm still breaking up. So
Yep. So students can add a community dining plan to supplement at any time. And there's a link on our website on the dining plan help. Parents and supporters can also load funds to their Students Campus Express, which is a slightly different function, but it can still be used on campus dining venues.
And then Chelsea, I know there are a couple of questions I've seen now, some of like the whether it be gluten-free, allergy-free, some of the other like dietary restrictions. Can you maybe, I know we have balance, maybe you could just touch upon those who have any dietary specific needs.
Wonderful. And Caitlin, although she is breaking up, Caitlin is
No,
our
she is the
gluten
person.
guru. But I will say, first off, if we have any students that have any medically diagnosed dietary restrictions, allergies, and tolerances, first step, please register with the DRC. They are wonderful people, very helpful, and can help advocate for you or your student. We do have Balance Cafe, which is free from the top 9 allergens and gluten. It is the safest place. It's a sealed, contained kitchen. They have all of their own storage, food prep, dishwashing. Everything is separate. There are other places on campus that have items that are gluten-free by recipe, but may have a cross-contact issue. So if you have any of those concerns, I email campus dining or reach out to Caitlin. We'd be happy to walk you through item by item, venue by venue.
Chelsea, you also said register with the DRC. You said that
Yes.
as well? Okay. And
Yes,
for
if
those
there's
who
a-
aren't aware, Disability Resource Center, just put that in the chat as well. Okay.
And I am still trying to get through the Q&A as well, typed.
And I know we talked about like the rollover, the 500 per term. Does that also carry over from their first year into their second year, or is it just between like the fall and the spring
For
terms?
first year dining plans, up to 500 can roll over from 26-27 into 27-28, as long as there is the smallest community dining plan for 27-28 by June 20th, 27. Lots of 20s in there, but
Yeah.
after that, the $500 cap only applies during their first year. After that, if they're rolling funds from their second year into third, there is no cap there.
Okay. And there was a question that we received earlier from I think during our housing presentation. Transfer students are not required to have a dining plan, correct?
No, some students are fully independent and will plan on cooking all their own. Some students choose a small plan just for those days when they can't quite get back to their room or if their course load is um, kind of prohibiting them from food prep and cooking. Or they can just use a debit or credit card. All are welcome, though we think the dining plans have a little bit of a bonus dollar benefit there.
Okay. Um, we're still getting a few more, so I guess we can wrap up kind of our live Q&A. And sorry for Caitlin and her connection. Maybe it's Saturday and the internet just doesn't want us here on a Saturday, but here we are. But Chelsea, Caitlin, anything before we wrap up on your end?
If we missed anything or if you have any other questions, I am the human. I know our last presenter had a great point. It's not the AI. We are here. If you email campusdining@calpoly.edu, that will come to me. We're happy to help.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Working through that Q&A, I saw a lot of questions about, vegetarian options, pescatarian options, allergen, sensitivities. They're very transparent. Websites usually post all that information. We've got, of course, balance, which avoids the top 10 allergens. So we'll get working through that Q&A. Just wanted to shout that out. I think Dale also shouted it out pretty good of, maybe it's a Saturday. Some people don't want to be here. On people not being here, student accounts is not open on Saturdays, so we were unable to get anyone from student accounts here. But we do have a pre-recorded video he'll introduce himself, but this is John from student accounts. We will do our best to answer the Q&A if you have any questions that he obviously can't answer because he's not here. But Dale, if you want to play the video, that would be fantastic. Thank you all for working with us. I know it's Saturday, a little bit weird, so thank you.
Hello and welcome. My name's John, and I'm from the Student Accounts Office. Today, we're going to share with you everything you need to be a great supporter of a financially successful Mustang. And this presentation is special. It's just for you supporters, and I'm super happy to be here to share some time with you. Normally, I get to be with you in person, live, on the big stage of the Performing Arts Center, and I really love that. I get to move around, look folks in the eye, see some smiling faces, and hear your laughter when I crack a joke. And yes, there is some humor in this presentation. Imagine that. We're talking about everybody's favorite subject, money, such a riveting topic. And there is a lot to cover, about 45 minutes of material. So the only way I know to keep you from taking a nap in the middle is to keep it at the 30,000 foot level and to keep things a bit light. Now, one thing that does need to be stated right up front, your student has already seen a very similar presentation. What I'm sharing with you is no different than something I've already shared with new students. So let's get into it and see how we go. Now, every university has its own flavor of how they charge and accept payments. Cal Poly's no different. So for the next half hour or so, we're going to be on a journey together, and here is what we're going to cover. We're going to start with one important rule of the road. After that, I'm going to review some great resources we've created for both students and supporters. And we'll talk about what to pay, when to pay, how to pay. I do have a great financial aid 101 primer. It's only a few minutes long, but so student accounts, just so you know, is separate from the financial aid office, but they let me do that primer for you because it is about the handoff of financial aid to student accounts as well as what goes on before we see the money, but it is something that's important for you to understand as you're going through this process. So we'll do that financial aid 101 primer, and then we'll get to the most important slide in this whole deck of like 40 slides, and that is the Mustang punch list. All right, I know it's a lot. let's knock it down to a couple of major points. We have the one major rule of the road, which is coming up next, and then the last slide in the deck right at the end. If you miss everything in the middle but get these bookends, you're going to be in a much better place. All right, let's get going on this, and we're going to start this journey in England. So when you fly into Heathrow Airport in England and you land and you get your baggage and you go through customs and you get out into ground transportation, whether it's a car, Uber, Lyft, taxi, bus, doesn't matter, you encounter a very important rule of the road they have there in England. And that rule of the road is they drive on the left side of the road. The right side's the wrong side, and the left side's the right side. And you can say those crazy Brits, they don't know what they're doing. But if you try to fight that rule of the road when you're in England, let's just say it won't work out very well for you. So here at Cal Poly, we have our own important rule of the road, and that is it is the student account. It is not the parent account or family account, it's the student account because you see, ultimately, the student's responsible for their education. It's not just the education, not just going to classes, getting the grades. It's everything, including facilitating the payments, getting all those bills paid, because in the end, if those bills aren't paid, the student is going to be the one that's going to own that liability. And as such, Cal Poly, as part of our Learn by Doing culture as well, will only communicate through the student. We only send emails to the student's Cal Poly email address. Sometimes we also communicate to them through their portal, and that's our rule of the road. All communications at Cal Poly only go to the student, and that's it. So I'm going to let that one simmer for just a moment and just share with you a little bit about me. My name is John. I've been here in the Student Accounts office at Cal Poly since the beginning of 2017, so I'm coming close to 10 years. My role is Solution Support Facilitator, which is basically means I'm responsible for all the inbound and outbound communications in our office. Student Accounts is part of the Student Financial Services, and we're responsible for posting charges, collecting payments, and posting credits, and everything that happens like financial aid. We're the ones who apply that to those balances. That's what we do in Student Accounts office. And again, all inbound and outbound communications basically go through me or one of the many great student assistants that we have here in the office. And they're fantastic. I got to tell you, if you call our office, you will most likely speak to a student assistant who is every bit as good as I am or anybody else in this office at getting you answers to your questions and getting you on the path to solutions to whatever issues you're experiencing. And thank goodness they're there. Our office during peak service load, right about now in fall, handles up to 1,000 phone calls a week, 150 to 200 phone calls a day. And we cannot do that without our student assistants. And students, you're going to be super happy with this. They're students. They have access to the same tools you do. They know how to walk you through that. They are your best advocates, and they're there, and they want to make sure you are successful financially as a Mustang. I've been an entrepreneur all of my life and a business owner all of my life, and I'm fiercely independent. I have a lot of other things going on in my life, but the other piece of information that's really important here is that I've had two kids go through college. My son, Austin, who's almost 33 now, well, we've lived through a lot of the same emotions that you, a supporter, are living through right now. On one hand, your student is growing up. This is a person you've raised from next to nothing, right? And they're getting ready to spread their wings. They're going off to college. They're going to go to a great school. They're going to get a great education. It is the launch of life. And there's giddy glee that comes with that. Totally get that. But on the other side, there's the trepidation that we all feel because we know it's a lot of money. And here I just said a few minutes ago, and all of this is the responsibility of the student to make sure that all that money gets paid in a timely manner. Wow, that's a pretty big heavy. So hopefully, as we walk through this journey together, we're going to give you some tools and tips on making that journey as successful as possible. So let's get into some resources that we have for you. The first and most important general resource for you, students or supporters, is our Student Accounts website. And you're going to get to that website by typing in the address bar two letters, S and A, short for Student Accounts, and then calpoly.edu. sa.calpoly.edu. When you enter that in the address bar and you hit enter, you are going to be redirected to a web page that looks just like this. This is our student accounts web page from early 2026 summer. And this is what's basically going to be viewable whenever you are watching this video. It will show some upcoming dates for the term coming up, as well as we've got some great calculators in here and other resources so you can really get close to understanding the exact numbers you may not yet see, but will see soon for registration and other fees, housing and dining. It's all there for you. But the most important part of what's on this website right now is this. These are video guides, and we have video guides for students, which have step-by-step instructions, including screenshots, showing them how to do all the things we're going to be talking about today and other things. And then we have videos for supporters, which this video is going to be a part of. So there you go. All these resources are there, and they're just on our regular old website. Just do that sa.calpoly.edu, and you're going to see this. So that's a great general resources. Next up, let's talk about resources we have for students. They do have in their portal something called Money Matters. And this is our primary communication tool with students about balances that still need to be paid. So when they go into Money Matters, right there on the main part of the screen, they're going to see all unpaid balances and where they are in which bucket. We'll talk about that in a moment. All right. And we recommend that they check their Money Matters on a regular basis, at least once per week. They don't have to do it every day, but if you're checking your Money Matters once a week, you'll remember what you saw last week, and you go, oh, wait, that number is bigger than it was. There must be something going on here. I need to be paying attention. Or you go, it's the same as it was before. I think I know where I'm at. If you're only checking like once a month, I promise you, one, you won't remember what you saw last time. And two, most likely some kind of charge will have snuck up, posted, and now is past due and creating some kind of adverse consequence for the student. So Money Matters on a regular basis, and this is a lifelong suggestion, really. You should not ignore your Money Matters, right? Ignoring your Money Matters doesn't make the matters go away or problems go away. It just makes the problems worse. So pay attention to your Money Matters on a regular basis, and you're going to be much more successful. We recommend maybe making Monday a Money Matters Monday. And then just a reminder, all our communications are going to the student. They're not going to anybody else. So they can see this in Money Matters, this information. It's really important to them. And then also we are communicating with them by email to their Cal Poly email address. And we do recommend, if they do have their Cal Poly email forwarded to another server, to go in and check regularly in Outlook 365, which is provided to them for free on their regular portal, to keep an eye on their email in Outlook 365 so they don't miss important notifications from their professors, from student accounts, from financial aid office. Any place on Cal Poly is going to send that. It will be whitelisted and in the inbox if you're checking in Microsoft 365. If you're checking in your Google, which has had the email sent to it, it's possible it's in spam and you can miss something. So all communications are going to the student, to their Cal Poly email address, or they're visible in Money Matters. So, but it's a student account. What do we have for you, supporters? Well, we have 3 ways that your student can keep you in the loop. And let's talk about the first of those. It is called Share My Information. Now, Share My Information is a reporting portlet. Functionally, it displays the exact same data that students can see in Money Matters. It does display it in slightly different format because it's not a portal, it's a reporting mechanism, but it's still really robust information. And it's really great for especially students to set up their supporters with if those students have financial aid. Why? Financial aid is viewable inside their Cal Poly portal for the students. It is viewable in Share My Information reports for supporters. It is not currently viewable for anybody in the payment portals. We're working on that, but we don't know when that fix will be done. So if you have financial aid, students, supporters, if your student has financial aid, then by all means, you're going to want to have them set you up with Share My Information reports so you can see that pending aid before it applies to balances and understand how much is or is not going to be covered by that financial aid. Let's see, what else do we have for you? Oh, yes, and Share My Information. It is set up by the student because everything is done by the student here. They're going to go to Money Matters, they're going to scroll to the very bottom, and they're going to create a new report. And they designate what that report will show to a supporter. They can check all the boxes, and the reporter sees everything. They can uncheck boxes, and then the reporter may not be able to see the financial aid, or maybe they can't see the financial aid because that box is checked, but the student isn't going to let the supporters see grades. Students are in complete control over what you see in those Share My Information reports. And they can change that at any time. But the reports you are seeing when you go in and pull them at sharemyinfo.calpoly.edu, those reports are in real time. All right, last general resource we have for you, and that is a best, greatest resource possible is us. Just call us. Hey, if you have a question and the video guides aren't really answering that, and you really want to get down to the nitty gritty, then by all means call our office. We're here 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. You're going to probably speak with one of those great student assistants who are super well trained and they know their stuff. They will be able to help you better than anybody in our office. Just call 805-756-1428, 8 to 5. We do sometimes get a queue build up a little bit, especially when we're in the middle of the summer months, because we do 150 to 200 phone calls in our heaviest time in summer a day, 150 to 200 phone calls a day. And sometimes they can stack up a little bit. We do have a way for when you call in, you can leave a phone number, and we'll just call you back when your name pops up in the queue so that we can keep you in the queue and you don't have to sit there with the phone tied to your ear waiting for us to answer it. But generally speaking, our queue times run about 3 to 5 minutes in the heaviest service load. A lot of times when you come in, you'll just get somebody right as you get into the queue. All right. Oh, yes, you can also send emails to studentaccounts@calpoly.edu. Do know that that does take a couple of days for us to get back to you on those. We try our best to keep up with it, but really, frankly, most of the questions you have that are with regards to a student account are more quickly and more easily answered in a phone call than they are in an email. All right. There's another way for students to keep supporters in the loop, and we're at a good point to talk about this, especially if you call our office. All right. This is federal law. It's called the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. And basically what that act says is students' information is students' information and nobody else's. We are not allowed to share that information with anybody, including mom and dad, even if the student is under the age of 18. It doesn't matter. Federal law states that we are not allowed to share any student information with anybody without the student's express consent. How does that happen? The student is going to set up authorization for us to release information to somebody. And they're going to do that starting in their portal. They go to my.calpoly.edu, log in, get it into the main home screen, right across the top, go to Money Matters, scroll down a little bit. Right below that gold Make a Payment Now button are several self-service options. And we do recommend that you review all of those self-service options. One of them says authorized to release and then FERPA. And when they click on it, it opens up a special module, secure, in their portal. And there they can enter your name, they can enter a 4-digit access code, they can enter how long this authorization will last, up to 5 years into the future, and then they start entering lines below that for office authorizations. And understand that every office that is available in this module has multiple authorizations, not just one. So if you want student accounts, you're going to say student financial services, because that's what we're under. Student accounts is a student financial services office. You're going to collect student financial services, and then they're going to put next to that some reason codes and a few other things. They're going to enter which authorization it is. And when they complete that, they're going to want to enter another line and then do another one for student financial services and use the other reason code. And then if they want financial aid, they're going to be 3 more lines for financial aid office because they have 3 different authorizations in their office. All in all, if a student has financial aid and they're doing an authorized for a supporter and they want that supporter to basically get any information from any office when they call us, then they're going to want to have 5 lines under your name. Now, I skipped over the biggest, most important part of this whole thing, and that is that what they want to do is enter that 4-digit access code right after your name. It's just like a PIN. It's 4 numbers. That's what the box is asking for. But when they do that, they need to tell that to you because this is what's going to happen when you call our office. the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to ask what's the student's EMPL ID or social security number. Those are the only two identifiers we're allowed to use to look up a student account. All right, now let's hopefully the student has shared with you their 9-digit EMPL ID. Right now, most students are starting with a 9-digit number that's beginning with 03. They're going to share that number with you, which by the way is available to them in personal info of their Cal Poly portal. So make sure if you're going to be doing this, that you talk to your student and say, hey, what's your EMPL ID? I'm going to need that when I call the office. I don't really want to share your social security number with them. And then the second question we're going to ask, if you're a supporter, and by the way, when you call, we are going to know you're a supporter. We just do. I've done 30,000 phone calls in my 10 years here. And believe me, is way more than I would like to admit. People will call in trying to pretend to be the student. And we just know. So anyway, you're the supporter. So the second question we're going to ask you is, great, what's your name and what's your 4-digit access code? And that's where we usually start having problems because you'll know your name. Good for you. That's great. But that 4-digit access code, the students seem to enter the number, say, oh, mom and dad will know that. No worries. And they just enter, they don't tell you. And then you're calling our office, and then we're playing the guessing game. Well, is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Nope, sorry, not that one. Want to try again? And we'll let you go with that for a little while. And so we're playing this guessing game of trying to get that 4-digit access code. Sometimes supporters have to hang up, call their student, get the 4-digit access code, then call us back, which is a real waste of everybody's time. But unfortunately, this is federal law, so we have to honor by it. The other times, we're playing the guessing game. And remember, I said this time of year, we're doing 150 to 200 phone calls a day. If you had 30 to 45 seconds to play the guessing game on every one of those phone calls, you can see we're spending a lot of time not doing anything useful or providing great solution support. So please, make sure when you're talking to your student and you say, hey, did you set me up for authorized release? Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to get any information out of the student accounts office when I call them. And what is, by the way, your EMPL ID and what is my 4-digit access code? I'm going to need that number. You do that in advance, you're going to be in a lot better place. All right, let's move on and talk a little bit about what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay. And we'll start with the what to pay, the numbers. So charges are broken down at Cal Poly into 3 different payment types. We call them buckets here, but basically registration and other fees, that's your education. That's run by the state of California. Housing is managed by University Housing. They are a subpart of the California State University system, and they are a part of the university here at Cal Poly, but they are separate. And then dining is managed by the Cal Poly Partners Corporation, which is a nonprofit, which really has nothing to do with the state at all. It's a nonprofit organization, and it does all of our campus dining. So we're posting charges and collecting payments for these 3 different entities. And as such, when you make a payment, you're going to be given a choice of paying into one of these 3 boxes. And make sure that when you're making the payment, you're paying the correct box. It's really important because if you pay $750 to housing, but you meant it to go to dining, and later on you figure it out, we will have already sent the money to housing. So you call us up and say, hey, I paid the wrong bucket. Can you move that money for me? Well, the answer will be yes, we can. And yes, it will take time. It's an extremely manual process. We're going to go to housing. We're going to say, hey, they made a mistake. This money needs to go someplace else. Can we have the money back? Then we can give it to dining. And you're talking about 2 to 3 business days at least. And if there's a registration hold because of it, the student is going to have to wait because we're not going to give credit because you made the mistake. So make sure when you're making payments that you pay the correct bucket, and then that will just alleviate a lot of headache for everybody. Here's that reminder for everyone. We communicate with the student only when there are charges posting to their account, mostly by email and also through Money Matters. Now, the one time we will not send an email to anybody is when the student's enrolling in classes, because essentially when they're enrolling in classes, they're putting those classes into a shopping cart. And that shopping cart is basically their agreement that these classes are going to get paid for. And also, if we send an email every time they change their enrollment, and there's a lot of enrollment changes going on here, we'd be sending so many emails, they would ignore all of them, and we don't really want that. So when there are enrollment changes, you want to make sure that your student is aware that they need to check Money Matters, because once they enroll in classes, that's how we charge, it's based on enrollment. Once they enroll in classes, they're going to see fees posting into their student account that are viewable. All right, so let's move on and get into what to pay and some raw numbers. This is what Money Matters looks like for most students. This is a first-year student in fall of 2026. And here they are looking at registration and other fees for a College of Liberal Arts student that is a California resident. They're also in first year housing and dining. Notice that these fees are only for the fall term. They're going to get repeated pretty much in spring as well. We only post one term at a time. Students are only enrolled in classes one term at a time, and we try to match that up with housing and dining as well. All right. As far as when to pay, well, it goes all over the place. Let's get into that a little bit. First off, basic due dates, what we call system-wide due dates, are posted on our Cal Poly website under the student accounts banner. So you go to sa.calpoly.edu, and there right across the top, you are going to see a whole bunch of important dates associated with the upcoming term. And you're going to see that fees are past due here for fall of 2026 on August 20th. That means they're due on August 19th. Note that also there is a class cancellation coming up on September 1st. This due date is after financial aid is supposed to have dispersed. So financial aid should have already applied, and anything that's remaining after financial aid applied needs to be paid from personal resources, and the student is the one that gets to facilitate all of those payments. But also in the student account, there is this page called Unpaid Charges. It's in Money Matters. It's right next to the student account balance summary I showed earlier, and it shows what's due and when into which bucket. Now note this student has registration and other fees with one single due date, but housing and dining is broken into 4 monthly due dates and amounts. That's because we split those fees for housing and dining automatically. We do that for you if those fees are on the student account, which means they're in university housing and participating in campus dining. If they're off campus, you're not going to see it on the student account. That's going to be on you. You're going to have to worry about it in a different mode. All right. Registration fees is only posted with one single due date, but the student can enroll in a term payment plan anytime they want one. All they have to do is go to their student center, and then on the left-hand financials menu, scroll down, find the payment plans, and follow 4 steps in order to enroll in a term payment plan. Term payment plans are available once fees have posted for that particular term, and they're available all the way up through the second due date, which is always going to be a month after the system-wide due date. So if this student were to have enrolled in a term payment plan, there would be a due date of August 19th, and another one of September 19th, and another one of October 19th, and a last one of November 19th, because that's how we split up those fees over 4 months. So don't worry about the big numbers that you see. They are split up for you for housing and dining, and you can always split up registration and other fees as well with 4 monthly due dates. General dates are posted on our website, and they are also viewable in Money Matters. What happens if a due date is missed? Generally speaking, the adverse consequence is a registration hold, which prevents the student from adding or changing classes, or if they're on a wait list, moving off of that wait list. And that's probably the bigger one of them all, but it's still true, and it's especially effective when we are in enrollment periods for the next term. And so like in fall of 2026, students who are first years are probably going to be block scheduled. They're going to see their fees on August 6th, and then they're going to be enrolling in classes for spring term, and they're going to do that in October or November, because that's when the enrollment periods are. And that time, that's when fees are going to post for spring term. And those fees won't be due until January at the very earliest. But anytime there is a past due date that is missed, so there's a balance that's past due, there will be a registration hold applied, preventing the student from adding or changing classes. They will become acutely aware of that registration hold when they are trying to do any kind of enrollment changes, including enrolling in the next term. They will get an email from us at their Cal Poly email address saying you have a past due balance and a registration hold has been applied to your student account. So that's one reason why they want to make sure that they are checking their Cal Poly email on a regular basis. And if they need your help in getting that taken care of, a payment needs to be made, and you're the one that's doing it, part of that facilitating those payments is them sending you that email, letting you know that they have a past due balance and they have a registration hold on their account. Again, this is what Money Matters looks like for students. And again, this is what unpaid charges looks like for students in Money Matters. Items due, which bucket, and what are the due dates. All right, and if you miss a due date, what's going to happen? A registration hold. So let's say you want to make some payments. How do you do that? There are lots of ways that you can make payments to this university. Online, a couple of different ways online. You can pay it in person at the cashier's office, or you can send us a check in the mail. Let's talk about the bestest way to pay this university, and that is with an electronic check. And that's out of a regular checking or savings account. It is like a paper check, but it's done electronically using the routing number and account number for an ACH protocol transfer request. That's what we use. ACH stands for Automated Clearinghouse. It's a 50-plus-year-old banking protocol. All regular checking and savings accounts operate under ACH transfer request protocols. The bigger institutions like the Fidelities and Schwab's, they do not operate under ACH, which is why they cannot do electronic checks most often effectively. But electronic checks work great out of a regular checking or savings account, and they are absolutely free. It doesn't cost anything to do that. The student gets instant credit when that payment posts. The money doesn't come out of the bank account until the next business day. But if it's during regular business hours, the student's going to get instant credit for the payment. That means that a registration hold, if there is one, is going to be released within an hour automatically, and their balance will be updated instantly in Money Matters while we're waiting for that payment to get to us from the bank, and it won't come out until the next business day. You also can pay online using our payment portals with a credit or a debit card. There will be an additional fee, 2.65%. That is what Visa and MasterCard charge for the pleasure of using their systems. And most of that is actually just going towards bonus miles or cashback dollars or something like that. But whatever it is, the state of California is not going to eat that charge. So it will be added to whatever payment you're making. So if you're paying $1,000 to Cal Poly with a credit card or a debit card, then you are also going to pay in addition to that $26.50 of transaction fees, and that'll be in addition. So, and if you're using a debit card, don't pay the 2.65% convenience fee for the debit card. If you have a debit card, you have probably a regular checking or savings account. You can write us an e-check for free, and you still get instant credit, and the money comes out of your bank account the next business day. Selected 529 accounts are also on our payment portals. We do charge $10 a transaction for those. There's about 30 that are on that platform, and the list of those 30 or so is on our website at sa.calpoly.edu. The biggest of those is ScholarShare. So if you happen to have a ScholarShare 529, which is the California State 529, then by all means, you can make payments to us through the payment portals and get instant credit for it and only have a $10 transaction fee for that payment. International students can pay us by Flywire. You're going to start the payment in the payment portal and then be redirected to Flywire, which is a third-party wiring service, so you can get those funds from an international source into Cal Poly, and that is done electronically. Online, students can pay us online directly from their 529 if it's not on our online payment portal. Most 529s will allow you to go into the 529 portal, direct Cal Poly of San Luis Obispo to receive the funds, and from that point forward, direct those funds to get to us electronically. Now, we can't give you instant credit for that, but we will give you credit when we receive that money, and that's usually 2 to 3 business days after you pull the lever for sending us the money, sometimes even faster than that. But we'll give you credit as soon as we have the money in-house, and it doesn't take very long for it to get here. In person at the cashier's office, you can bring cash or you can bring a paper check. Either one works. We will not process credit cards or debit cards or electronic checks at the cashier's office because you can do that online. And why would you do that in person and walk to the cashiers when it's available to you in the comfort of your own home? Lastly, we do accept paper checks in the mail. We will not give you credit for those paper check payments, though, until they arrive at the university and can be processed by our cashiers. So could be a couple of weeks from the time you order it to the time that check shows up in the mail, gets to the cashier's office, which is one more day of transit from distribution services, gets into their hot little hands, and then they can actually apply it to the student account based on the information that's on the check. So just be forewarned, we cannot give credit for the payment until the payment is receipted, and that will not happen until it's in the cashier's hands. And no, the check is in the mail is not deemed receipt, and we will not give credit for it, even if there's a registration hold on the account, even if you're subject to class cancellation. Getting us paper checks in the mail is a very slow process, and we have to wait for the check to get here before the student gets credit for that check. How do you pay us? Well, paying online is the best way. Students are going to do this by using the gold Make a Payment Now button that's in Money Matters. Super easy. When they click on the button, they're going to be through single sign-on, securely logged into the CashNet Transact Illumia third-party payment portal. Transact CashNet has changed their names a couple of times in the last few years, but it is a secure payment portal managed by a third party for security reasons. They just click that Go Make a Payment Now button. They're single sign on into that payment portal, and they can make their payments from there. But it is a student account. It's not the family account or supporter account. What do we have for supporters? We have supporter payment portals, and they are exactly like the student payment portals, except for the supporters can log into it using the supporters pay here link that's in the box, the pay online box that's on our website. So they're going to go to sa.calpoly.edu and then click on the supporters pay here link and then log in. Now, before they can do that, the account does have to be set up, and that is set up by an invitation the student is going to have sent to the supporter. And they're going to do all this through their payment portal, which they access through that Go Make a Payment Now button. It's pretty easy. Student goes in, they get into their portal, they get into their payment portal, they go to My Account in the upper left-hand menu, they say Send Payer Invitation. You're going to get an email from the cashier's office here at Cal Poly saying, here's a validation link and a temporary password. You have to use that validation link. You must use the validation link to validate your email. Use the temporary password to log in first. Then you'll be prompted to create your own password. And then at that point, you'll have the account set up and you can use the supporters pay here link anytime you need to go in and make a payment. Payment portals currently show unpaid balances and which bucket. It is all available there. If you have questions about what's in those payment portals or how to do partial payments, hey, we've got video guides on our website, including step-by-step instructions plus screenshots. It's in the students section, but do recommend you check those out because they do answer most of the mechanical questions about supporter payment portals, including getting them set up. All right, down to the financial aid primer. First off, financial aid is offered. And if you think your student should have a financial aid award and they don't, this would be a time for the student to contact our financial aid office. Financial aid at calpoly.edu is probably the best way to do this and say, hey, what's up? I don't have a financial aid award. I think I should have one. And they'll be happy to walk through what may be missing. But once financial aid is offered an award, and by the way, the financial aid office manages everything prior to disbursements, everything prior to that award being sent over to student accounts to be applied to fees. So the financial aid office controls how big the award is and when it is released. So financial aid is offered, and then it has to be accepted. Now, free money like grants and scholarships, they're going to be accepted for the student because nobody's going to say no to free money. However, loans are also part of the financial aid awards, and Cal Poly will not accept a loan for you. It's debt, and we know it's debt, and we're not going to encumber somebody just because we want to. So you, if you want to use those loans, are going to have to accept the loan. And the student's going to do this through Accept Decline Awards, which is in Money Matters of their Cal Poly portal. The link is in the financial aid box in the upper right-hand portion of their Money Matters in their Cal Poly portal. Once items have been accepted, and any student that has financial aid is subject to the last of these, but once you've accepted loans, you need to do entrance counseling, master promissory notes need to be signed, and several students, about 1 in 4, are selected for verification every year. So these are to-do list items, and the to-do list is in the student center. Oftentimes we're asked, well, why didn't the financial aid go out? We'll say, well, technically that's a question for financial aid because they control aid prior to disbursement and hasn't dispersed yet. But we can see the to-do list, and we do see that there are to-do list items. So that is usually almost always the reason why financial aid doesn't go out when it's supposed to. So if you have problems with your financial aid going out, it's because you have a to-do list item. Check there first, and do recommend checking the to-do list. The students need to check that to-do list on a regular basis, especially early every year, because that's when those to-do list items tend to pop up most often. So then aid, once it's ready to go, will be dispersed. And that's almost always a week before classes begin each term. And that aid will only go out for that particular term. And then it goes to the student accounts office, and then we apply that aid to balances based on rules. And the rules are pretty simple. Basically, first we apply it to unpaid balances for that term and that term only for registration and other fees. If there's enough to cover all of those, regardless if it's in a term payment plan or not, if it has to cover all the balances that are financial aid eligible for that particular term, if there's enough to cover all of them, then we're going to start applying financial aid to the housing balance for that term and that term only. And that doesn't matter what the due dates are, it's all those balances. We will apply the aid to the oldest balance due date first, but if we will not apply aid to dining until all housing balances have been covered first. And then if there's enough to cover both the registration and other fees and the housing balance for the term, then we're going to start applying it to dining. If there's enough to cover everything for the term, then excess aid will be refunded to the student. That's how we deal with financial aid, and that's your Financial Aid 101 primer. All right, I promise at the end a punch list, and this is the other part of the bookends. If you remember anything else, maybe take a picture or a screenshot of this punch. Don't take it yet. We don't have everything there. But we will in just a moment, and do recommend that you kind of keep this list. It's a great crutch for what's coming up over the next several weeks as we prepare for the first day of classes in fall. First off, for new students, may not have their fees posted yet. It's a great idea just to sit down and go over Money Matters. I do recommend that you review Money Matters anyway with your student. It's a good idea just to see what they see, understand the mechanics of what's going on, because we are communicating with them through this portal, and you can help support them if they're having some confusion about, well, I don't understand what I'm seeing here. While you're there, if there are zeros, enjoy them. While they are there, they're not going to last very long. Authorized release is something that you're going to want the student to do as soon as possible. And don't forget that 4-digit access code and your EMPL ID. We're going to want both of those pieces of information. You're going to want both of them from your student. Support or payment portals can be set up. That's that invitation, which is going to come to you by email. You're going to want the students to take care of that. And share my information reports are going to be set up, and you're going to want the students to do that. Students are going to want to accept their financial aid if they haven't already done so, and then keep an eye on the to-do list that is in their student center, just to make sure that when aid is supposed to disperse a week before classes, they've done everything on the to-do list so the aid can go out like it's supposed to. Coming up in August, fees are going to be viewable. This says 8/7. It was August 6th for 2026. We'll see how it goes for future years. Financial aid always disperses a week before classes. For this particular term, it's 8/17. That's the Monday before the Monday first day of classes. Fees are always due a couple of days after financial aid disperses and pass due the day after that, when we're going to start placing registration holds. And then classes are going to begin on August 24th. And then lastly, those first housing and dining payments are due on September 1st. Remember, they're broken out into 4 monthly due dates and amounts: September, October, November, and December 1. And that is the one you want to take a screenshot of and enjoy, because that is really the punch list for the next several weeks as we get ready for the new term. Thank you so much. You have been wonderful. I do enjoy being able to present these, and I just want to say thank you for being a great supporter, and we'll work together. If you have any questions, please call our office, but do check out the video guides first, because there are answers to lots of questions there for you. Have a great day, and we'll talk to you soon. Hello.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you, Dale, and thank you, John, for that video. We're going through a lot of the Q&A right now. There was a lot of questions that some of us just didn't know, so we're doing some internet sleuthing, reaching out to campus partners. We're gonna provide you with links, get the best information for all of you as we work through that Q&A. So keep asking questions. If you don't have any questions, though, we are going to be on a lunch break until 1 p.m. I'm going to get up, probably get some coffee. So I encourage you all to do the same, stretch your legs. Thank you all for being here, though. I'm going to pop off and keep answering Q&A questions, but I'll be back at 1 p.m. with our next presentation. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. There were a couple of questions just to see that punch list again. Here is that. We'll leave that up for a minute or two, so you can get a photo of that or write that down. Again, student accounts will be the best person to answer some of these questions. Our orientation team is doing our best for what we do have firm information on or what we know, but there's some things that we are not the content experts. As you can tell, this is a pretty detailed area of Cal Poly. So John and his amazing team will be the best ones to follow up with. It's Saturday, unfortunately, so Monday, Tuesday would be a great time to follow up with them. But we'll leave this to-do list up for another minute or two, but then we are on lunch break until 1 p.m. So we'll see you back here in a little bit.
The new term. The new term. Thank you so much.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that lunch break was very chill, very good for you. It was good for me. I got myself a little bit of Chick-fil-A from our on-campus Chick-fil-A. It tastes lovely. I'm super excited, and I am sat ready for our next presentation. It's going to be from Kanani, who you can all see right now. And she's from Parent and Family Programs. She's going to be talking about this transition and how you can support your students. So please give her your full.
Thank you so much, Aiden. Hi there, folks. Thanks for joining us today. I'm excited to see so many on this webinar. This is the Transitions in You presentation, and I am Kanani Makikau. Dale, if you want to go to the next slide. All right, there we go. Meet the team. From Parent and Family Programs, my name is Kanani Makikau. Again, I am the Director of External Relations, which oversees Parent and Family Programs and Commencement. We also have Stanley Learn, who is our Operations Analyst. Steph Noble is our Programs Assistant. And Juliana Wild is our Communications Specialist. So when you sign up for our parent newsletters that go into your inbox every month, Juliana is the one putting those together. Awesome. Okay, next slide, Dale. Okay, now we can raise hands on here, Dale. Is that going to be okay if we raise hands?
Yep, that's fine. And if you want us to turn on the chat, we can do that. So whatever you want to do.
Okay, here we go, folks. So you're going to raise a hand or you can type it in the chat. I think raising a hand. Let's see. Okay, how many of you, this is your first student going to college? Ooh, hands are going up there. All right, folks. So this is your first time. Well, welcome. Okay, let's do another one. All right, you have another student in college. It's going up here too. Okay, so you do have another student in college. You've been through orientation before. You're going through this one virtually, and you're going to see that we're pretty good at this. All right, next one. How many of you are visiting Cal Poly for the first time or have visited Cal Poly? Excellent, excellent. A lot of folks. Okay, and the last one, how many of you traveled more than 2 hours to be here today? You know what, folks? That question does not work for this group, and I'm really sorry. Let's do another question instead, okay? Just listen to me instead of reading that. How many of you are going to be empty nesters? Woo, they're going up. So we do have some folks that might be feeling the heaviness of that, and also some folks in here who are also just cheering and getting ready for all of the great trips that you're going to take being empty nesters. All right, let's move on to the next slide, Dale. All right, we're going to move past that one too. All right, let's get into talking about some things that your student is going to be experiencing here at Cal Poly. And what we're looking at is meeting their basic needs. So we're talking about physical and mental well-being. I'm sure you've heard from Campus Health and Wellbeing. If not, you're going to hear from them. And thinking about, folks, the fact that Campus Health and Wellbeing and that healthcare package is included in your students' tuition, right? So really knowing about that resource, what is offered at Campus Health and Wellbeing, is really important for a student. And during my first year in college, I had no idea that I could use the health center. And so that was a huge miss on my part. But our health center is excellent. The pro staff over there are wonderful. You have doctors, x-rays, pharmacy right here on campus. So that's an important resource to know about. Also housing, right? Housing is a big part. We have first years and second years, even third and fourth years living on campus, even fifth years. And so housing is a great resource to know about as well. And I know that you have heard from them or will hear from them today. Also quality education, sense of belonging, financial support, safety, and food. Food is you've probably heard from dining as well. Learning about the different dining plans that are available is very important. Also, I want to talk a little bit about the food pantry here, just to mention. The food pantry here at Cal Poly is not what I experienced in my college during my college career. This thing is beautiful. We got fresh produce in there. The food pantry is a great place to visit, and students usually do utilize that resource here on campus. All right, Dale, next slide. All right, and here at Cal Poly, these are some things that we've identified as keys to student success. I won't go over all of these. I know you can read over here. So I just want to choose one that maybe sticks out to me today. And I'm looking through this list, and I will talk about gets involved today. So folks, as you can see from my name, you might have guessed I am from Hawaii, and I'm from Maui. And when I went to college, I went from Maui to North Idaho, right? And we might have some folks on here from Idaho. It ended up being really great. I had a great time there eventually. But during my first year, one, I was cold, right? I couldn't see the ocean. And I'm used to having 27 first cousins that I grew up with right behind me. So I didn't have that. I was alone. I was cold. And I had to go see an advisor because my grades were really suffering. And so I went and saw an advisor because I was required to. And this advisor asked me, what are you interested in? And we got to talking, and he recommended to me that I get a campus job. And so I went to work for athletics. I looked around campus, found a campus job, and working for athletics, and it could have been a different department on campus, but I worked for athletics, and I got to know a lot of pro staff, professional staff members, caring adults, really, right? I'm an adult at 18, but there's some older folks there that care deeply about my academic success. And so I was able to connect with them. And I was also able to connect with other students. So socially and academically, I started doing better. So that's just a little thing to talk to you about keys to student success. And let's move on to the next slide. All right, transition challenges, right? Not only is your student going through a transition, but the whole family is going through a transition. So let's talk about some of those challenges that you might be thinking about right now. Finances, right? Student independence. We're thinking about our students as we want to give them the autonomy to learn and grow and be independent, but we also know that they're still going to need support, right? Basic needs access, we went over that a little bit. Being away from home is a challenge, right? There's something that I like to tell parents and supporters about being away from home and really talking to your student before that move-in date. Being away from home, remember, some of you might be in larger markets right now, right? Like if I were to ask everyone to raise their hands, we might have San Diego, Sacramento, LA area. We might have out-of-state folks. I met some folks from Washington, D.C., New York City, larger markets, right? And we have a lot of great things in San Luis Obispo, the beach, the hills, the outdoor recreation, but we are a smaller market. And so you might not be able to get all of the cultural foods or access to things that you're used to getting in a very large market. So that is something to be conscious of before moving and talking to your student about that. Cultural connections too, right? So in a smaller market, we might not have some of the cultural foods that your student is used to having. So looking around the area, talking with peers, and learning more about the resources on campus and in the city is important right now. Also, there might be some changing family dynamics, right? You might have a student that also helps with childcare with other siblings or cousins at home or family members, or maybe takes care of an older family member. How is that going to change the family dynamic with that student being away? These are also things to discuss before move-in. Okay, next slide, Dale. Okay, maybe some of you are smiling right now because, and I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand if you think you might be a helicopter parent. But what I want to do is dispel the stigma of helicopter parents, because here at Family Programs, we talk to different parenting styles all day long, right? And helicopter parents, like, we don't even need to use that term now. There are elevated terms above helicopter parents. But what helicopter parents should understand is that at Parent and Family Programs, we want to help you help your student help themselves, right? Because that's the ultimate goal, is to make sure that they can help themselves, make sure that they know about the resources on campus. So if you are a parent who is highly involved, and we welcome you absolutely with open arms, is that you have a place to land with Parent and Family Programs. If you have a question, whether it be small or big, please email us. I'm going to give you all that contact information a little bit later. Email us, call us on the phone. They call us the general contractors at the university because we have to know a lot of different resources on campus and departments in order to make sure that parents can reach the people that they need to talk to. So when you're in doubt, please use the Parent Family Programs email or give us a call and we'd be happy to help you. Okay, next slide, Dale. All right, so thinking about the transition, right? We talked a little bit about the transition and you're thinking about this too. So this is one of the ways that you can talk to your student about the transition. And we recommend this three-prong approach. So the first one is to secure an on-campus job or volunteer opportunity. And this, I already spoke about this a little bit in my own experience, right? We have over 3,000 positions for student assistants here on campus, and that is a lot. And so there are lots of opportunities for even a student to work 5 to 10 hours a week. And I'm not saying that your student has to get a job, but if your student is interested in that, I recommend looking on campus first. It keeps them connected to campus, and also they will meet professional staff members who might be able to answer questions in the future for them. Join a study group or academic organization. Even during the first week of school, these study groups are going to start to pop up. You can also look at the professional fraternities and sororities. We have some great organizations on campus to assist with that academic journey. So I highly recommend that. Also, join in a club. You've probably already heard we are a club-heavy campus at 400 plus student organizations. And I'm not saying a student should go out and join 30 clubs during their first week of school. But during Club Showcase, go around, talk to the different clubs and organizations that are here on campus. Maybe you sign up for 4 or 5 different clubs that you'd like to hear more about and go to an informational session. But that's also a great way to meet other students here on campus and get to know more about the campus that you're living on. Next slide, Dale. Okay, so we're rooting for them, and at the same time, you're growing with us. Next slide. All right, folks, so I talked a little bit about staying connected to Cal Poly, and you can go ahead and scan these QR codes on your phone if you'd like. Our website is right there on the left. That's the Parent and Family Programs website. We're going to have updates about what's going on in campus, events that are coming up, important information, parent emails. So when you sign up for this one here in the middle, what that means is, one, you are going to get our Parent Family newsletter that goes out every single month. And also, very important, is that we are the department that forwards important information to parents and supporters when an email goes to campus-wide. So when it goes to students and staff, maybe that email has come from the president's office. Maybe that email has come from academic affairs. But if it goes campus-wide, we will forward that email directly to your inbox. And this is because we know that students don't always forward important campus information to their parents and supporters. So we'll go ahead and do that for you. And I just want to be clear again, is that we will not forward student personal emails to you, but we will forward things that go campus wide. And then on the very right here is our Instagram. This is a great way to stay connected to campus. We do post a lot about what's going on in different areas. And so that is one to pay attention to. We also do giveaways just because it's fun. So the Instagram is also another good one to stay connected with. All right, Dale, next slide. Yes, the Parent Advisory Council, one of my favorites here. So the Parent Advisory Council is made up of 24 parents and supporters. We are actually in our recruitment cycle right now, folks. So if you were highly involved in your students' academic journey in K through 12, this might be something that you're interested in. You can go ahead and express your interest right here with this QR code. For those of you who this is something that you're not interested in, I do recommend looking at the Parent Advisory Council bios page on our website. You can actually reach these folks anytime you'd like. They will list out their geographical location. We have out-of-state parents in Colorado and Washington, D.C. We also have local parents as well. And so they can be a great resource, right? If you're looking for answers, we find that peer-to-peer parent learning is really great. So please, these are a great group of folks. I love working with them. And reach out to them if you have a question, big or small. If it's a question they can't answer, they come directly to me and my team. And so I encourage you to reach out. And if you're interested, again, we are in our recruitment cycle right now. All right, Dale, next slide. Oh, the summer send-off series. Again, you can scan the QR code to register here. We do this in partnership with Alumni Relations, and these are events held in public places like parks or such. Sometimes we have alumni who's invited new parents and supporters to, their farm. And so the summer send-off series is a way for parents and supporters to meet others in their geographical location, and you also bring your student too. So your student is actually meeting people from their same area. So August 1st is San Diego, August 2nd is Los Angeles, August 7th is Napa, August 9th is Sacramento, August 9th again is San Jose, and we have one out-of-state one this year in Seattle. All right, next slide, Dale. Now, Evening with the President. All right, this is a great event, August 19th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. August 19th, a lot of our first years are moving in, students are moving in. So on that evening, we want to invite parents and supporters. It can be a tough day. It can be hot out. There's a lot going on. Moving can be kind of stressful. We do our best here at Cal Poly to make sure it's a seamless experience, but we know things happen. And so we invite parents and supporters. Even students are invited, but they are a little busy with WOW things already, week of welcome. So we don't see a lot of students down there, but they are also welcome to come. We have a beer and wine garden. I was talking about the stress earlier. Live jazz will be playing. And most important is campus leadership, including President Armstrong, the president's cabinet, executive cabinet, and all college deans are going to be down there. You could walk right up and talk to your students' college dean and have a great conversation. They're very accessible. We also hold signs that identify exactly who they are. So that's kind of a fun thing. I'm not sure they love it as much as we do, but we enjoy holding signs saying who they are, walking behind them. Next slide, Dale. All right, and folks, finally, we have Mustang Family Weekend. Registration is not open yet. It opens up Monday, August 3rd, so very soon. It's October 2nd through October 4th. We place it that time intentionally. We find that in those weeks right around there is when students during fall quarter start to get a little homesick. So it's a nice time to invite parents, supporters back to campus to reconnect with your student. We'll have events all over campus. So the schedule will start to build on itself. The colleges will do things like open up their labs. We're going to shoot rockets off. There's donuts with the dean. There's just a lot of things going on campus with athletic events, so many things to choose from. I do encourage folks, if you're going to come to campus for Mustang Family Weekend, we have about 10,000 people that come into town for that. And so I encourage everyone to make hotel reservations. I was talking about before a smaller market, right? Fewer hotels. And so I spend some time before Mustang Family Weekend talking with parents who call me and say, Kanani, there's no hotels left in the general area anymore. And so please book those early. If you're coming into town and you can't find many hotels close to campus, feel free to go out south to Pismo Beach, Arroyo Grande. I also recommend Atascadero and Paso Robles, a little bit farther away from campus, but definitely going to have some availability in those areas if you can't find anything close to campus. And folks, with that, that is my time today. So thank you very much for having me.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kanani. Oh, Dale's here too. Dale, would you like to talk at all?
Yeah, we will roll into kind of our last session of the day here. So, and I'll actually invite Kanani and Yuki to join. And What our goal is for about the next 30 minutes or so is to answer any of those last minute questions that you haven't got answered, or maybe a topic that we didn't cover today. So what we're going to do is we're going to have kind of a diverse panel here. You heard from Kanani. We'll do some introductions here. And we ask that you put your questions into the Q&A. I will kind of facilitate the moderator role here. I will jump in where I can be helpful and useful, but I'll really defer to our panel. Um, and really, we just want to make sure that you have gotten as much information that you were hoping to get out of today. And it's also helpful to know what questions are still out there. And if we don't have that answer, we'll point you to the right resource. So feel free to put some information into the Q&A. I will start with our general intro and then we'll turn it over to some of our other panelists here. But for those of you who I didn't meet maybe at the beginning of today, my name is Dale Stoker. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the Director of New Student and Transition Programs. So I get to oversee our open house program, SLO Days, which we are in, and then what I call the Super Bowl of orientation, our week of welcome. Imagine 6,000 students and almost 600 orientation leaders all coming together. It is a lot of fun. It is an exhausting week for me and the team, but it is what we spend all year working toward. For context, I've been at campus at Cal Poly for about 11 years now. My entire career has been in higher education, and I live here in the San Luis Obispo community. Prior to orientation, I did work in career services, so I have some other base knowledge if there's anything regarding on-campus jobs, career services related. I'd be happy to address some of those. With that, I'm going to kind of continue to have our panel introduce themselves. Kanani, since you just had the microphone, I'll send it back over to you.
Thanks, Dale. Again, folks, my name is Kanani Makikau. I am the Director of External Relations here at Cal Poly, and I oversee parent and family programs and commencement. I'll give you a little bit more details here on this introduction, is that I've been at Cal Poly for about 10 years now, and I've been with External Relations for about 7. I'm also a Cal Poly alum. I have a master's degree in higher education from Cal Poly, and I think I'll pass it to Yuki.
Thanks, Kanani. Hey, everyone. Thanks for spending your Saturday with us, and congratulations on getting your student into Cal Poly. We can't wait to have them here. My name's Yuki Murphy. I'm an assistant vice president for student affairs. My area that I oversee is called the Administration and Divisional Operations Unit, which I have the wonderful pleasure of having Kanani on my team, and then I have Dale on my team, who manages all the orientation programs, open house, as well as I also manage a few business services for the division to really help all those wonderful programs and services and departments that support your students outside the classroom with some internal supports like communications, assessment research, some business transformation, and things like that. So it's great to see you all. Look forward to talking to you. And I will kick it over maybe to Deanne. Is that a good next one?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deanne McConnell, and I am actually a parent supporter like many of you. I have a third year Orfeo School of Business student, as well as I am also an alumni. And I'm also the chair of the Parent Advisory Council this year. So welcome to today, and thank you for spending our Saturday with us. I think I'll pass it over to Aiden.
Yeah, perfect.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you, Deanne. Thank you, Dale. You all hopefully saw me this morning do my intro for myself, but I don't think I went into depth on like what I do. So I'm the Transfers and Supporters Chair, ideal or co-chair. I deal mainly with supporters. So a lot of you all, the brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, all of that stuff of the prospective students at Cal Poly. I am also a student at Cal Poly. I'm a rising fourth year civil engineering major, and I want to go into geotechnical engineering or kind of like groundwater resources. Don't have post-grad employment blocked up, so hit me up. I also was on our club bowling team for a couple of years. I am a poly rep, so I give tours and I know a lot of just general information about the university. I also volunteer at our food pantry and for Pulse, which is a student health and well-being club on campus. And then, of course, I just work for orientation on my free time. And nothing major. I'll pass it off to
time. You have no free time, Aiden.
I'll pass it back to Dale then. He seems to know what to do.
All right. So I'm going over our Q&A here and just kind of seeing what's coming through. What are some great questions for us to answer? Maybe for Kanani and Deanne, there's some questions around Mustang Family Weekend. So more info in terms of when to show up. What are some of the key things that are happening? Also, are there anything for younger siblings to do during that weekend?
Ah, such great questions. Okay, I'm trying to remember all of the components of that question, Dale. But so we'll talk again October 2nd through the 4th. And so the October 2nd is a Friday, folks. We start check-in at 9 a.m. I do encourage folks to arrive for check-in earlier on Friday. There are a lot of programming that is going to happen on Friday because our faculty and staff are on campus, right? So that is when you're going to see the robotics labs open, the engineering labs are going to be open with the instructors there to talk a little bit about those programs. Poly Plant Shop will be open. So Friday is a good day to arrive. So there'll be a lot of programming on Friday, and then there'll be a lot of programming on Saturday. And the football game is on Saturday. That is always a big draw. Tailgating is a thing. So you can purchase those tickets already. But with your Mustang Family Weekend, I would say this is a good time to talk about this. With your Mustang Family Weekend registration, you will get discounts on those athletic tickets. So sometimes we have people that are already purchasing athletic tickets, but if you wait for Mustang Family Weekend, you can get that game discounted and some of the other athletic events that are going to be going on during the weekend. So Saturday is also a full day. And then really, folks, our people or most of our guests are taking off on Sunday, right? People are heading back home. We know you have busy lives. So we have a little bit of programming that goes on Sunday morning, but mostly you'll see our guests leaving by maybe noon or 11 or so. So that's what a lot of our folks do. They're either flying out or driving, leaving on that Sunday, a little bit later morning or early afternoon. Are there things for I'm saying kids, but I'm not supposed to say kids about students. So that's why I'm kind of fumbling here, is that younger people, let's say under the age of 12, right? There's a ton of things to do on campus for siblings or other supporters who are very young. We have Mustang Lanes. So with Mustang Family Weekend, when you check in, we will talk to you about your free bowling vouchers. That's a little sneak peek there, is that when you check in there with your registration, you can access free bowling tickets. The bowling center has full arcade. Aiden can talk more about bowling because I'm not a bowler, folks, but I know they have balls there and I know they have lanes, okay? And that's a really good time. So hanging out in the bowling. Also, we have some great, the stadium will be open. Kids might get really excited about visiting the stadium and also the koi pond and the arboretum. And also, I was just up there the other day by the arboretum, which is by our poly plant shop, and the baby horses are out. Okay, so by October, they might not be total babies anymore, but they'll be little teenagers. So there's a lot of fun things for kids to do on campus during that time.
Dan, anything to add as maybe if you've attended Mustang Family Weekend for our supporters who never have?
So, given that I live locally here, I have to say, I mean, my kids have pretty much grown up on Cal Poly campus. Like, we live in Paso Robles, but we still take them down to Mustang Lanes when they were real young. We took them on hikes through Poly Canyon. You can go definitely up to, the Arboretum and all of those areas as well. There's just a lot to do on campus, no matter what the age. There's going to be something for somebody to do there, for sure.
Dan, you might be a great person for our next question as well. So someone was referencing that when we have the start of Week of Welcome, which is going to be on Wednesday, August 19th, really, as we know in the orientation world, the students stay really busy. After Big Fall Welcome, we really have our WOW groups going from 9 a.m. to 10, 11 p.m. There are some people coming from out of the area and say, can they stick around for a few days afterwards, making sure the students get settled in. I know you're local, but you've also gone through the transition of getting a student moved in and then they went through their week of welcome. Like how much time would you really see them after they get moved in and settled on campus?
In all honesty, my son actually does live still at home, but he did attend
Damn.
Week of Welcome, and I don't think I saw him all week. So I will say that there are things that you can definitely do as as a supporter, as a parent in the area for sure. There's Morro Bay, there's Pismo, there's all kinds of hikes around the area. There's a lot to see. And then of course, if your Mustang can squeeze in a little bit of time for you, that's even icing on the cake for you. So, enjoy the area for sure. Especially if you're coming from out of the area and traveling, because it's a beautiful area to be in. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, and good for your student for saving those housing costs, or maybe you're charging them rent or making them do dishes. But just the general answer is that week of welcome is a busy time, and we do want you to get them set up as soon as they move in on either August 18th or 19th. Housing will let you know. Aiden, how does the housing sign up work? Do they get an email about a housing timing like move-in block?
As far as housing goes, we mentioned during the housing like presentation that they get a certain day, and then from that day, you're usually given a time slot. It's usually about 20 minutes is your time slot. So that's the time that you arrive to the little drop-off location for all of your stuff. They have big green moving bins that you just unload all of your stuff into. And then parents, you're going to go drop the car off in the H slots, and then there's going to be shuttles that are running back to the residence halls. Not gonna say that you shouldn't go at your time, but if you are, 20 minutes late or early, they can usually accommodate that, but try to stay pretty close to your time just because they make it so roommates are never moving in at the same time. Just because having a student and then maybe two parents and a brother to a room with three roommates, that's 12 people all of a sudden, because four people for three roommates, that's 12 people. That's a lot of people moving in at the same time. So you will have more information on your exact move-in time slot as we get a little closer from housing. But try to stay pretty close to that housing slot, if that makes sense. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yep, that's great. So that's
Perfect.
move-in time, and then usually that 18th, 19th. I'll tell you right now, I don't go anywhere near Trader Joe's or Target. The aisles are just absolutely wiped clean. But those are the days you want to go and make sure your students set up. I would say check in with them, usually via text or a phone call over the next few days of week of welcome. But we do have a pretty full schedule, and that's intentional. We really want them to get connected to the campus, to their groups, though they're usually in resident or they're usually in WOW groups by their major. So students are going to have classes with, or by their residence hall, so people who they're going to be living with. We really want them to start to form those connections early on, but checking in and see how they're doing. But you probably won't have a whole lot of time to get them off campus for 4 hours to do a lot of the last minute stuff. So just kind of plan accordingly with that. Yuki, this could be a good one for you. There's a question about with tuition and fees, are students' health insurance or health coverage included in that? And it's something we didn't really talk a lot about health from the health center today. So if you have any insight on just the general health services.
No, that's a great question because it's a lot different now, right? So the health fee does not cover health insurance. They're two different things. The health fee that your student pays is a category two required fee when they enroll for classes. So that's going to cover all the things related to medical appointment visits, counseling appointment visits, use of laboratory things inside there. And there's a whole list of things. When you go to their website, they'll show you. There are additional fees if you were to use the pharmacy, for example, which I would highly, highly recommend utilizing the campus pharmacy. You can easily transfer existing prescriptions there or have doctors send them electronically there. There's also a very low cost over-the-counter, I don't know, most common medical stuff there that even staff utilize. It's a really great thing. But health insurance is not taken or billed, or more so, we're not billing health insurance. However, we do require that domestic students or students living in the United States have health insurance. So that's part of your registration process that your student should have identified or told the university whatever their health insurance is at that time. The Campus Health and Wellbeing website has a ton of this information. I highly recommend that. And also too, if you have, special circumstances, certain situations, I also really encourage you just to call the health center and just talk to someone and just make sure you and your student feel really good about what your game plan is, how you're going to receive, say, your medications, or maybe find support locally if you're not from here. Those are all really good things to be doing from now through, until the next few weeks when you move everyone in.
Thanks so much, Yuki. Aiden, you actually got a great shout out here to talk about the student experience with all the construction that's happening. So just for some context, there's a lot of construction going on campus. We have new residence halls going up. We have a new student success center going up. We just finished the Madden Center by John Madden and his legacy gift to Cal Poly down at the football stadium. Construction on a campus is not a bad thing. It's a sign of growth and investment and really setting up the campus for our legacy. But it does have some disruption. So Aiden, maybe you want to share a little bit about the construction you've seen, how it maybe has altered or affected your college experience, and maybe some of the benefits of some of the construction when it gets done and more accessible to you, like the library that just came back online.
Yeah, the library, I was just going to touch on that before Dale mentioned it, but now I'll definitely touch on it. For the first 2 years of my career here at Cal Poly, we didn't have a formal library. It was under reconstruction for seismic renovations, just because there were some issues when it was initially made, but it's very in-depth. It's not necessary to the point. Basically, I didn't have a library for the first 2 years, and the university saw that, and they implemented different ways to kind of get around that. They moved all of the library books to kind of an online format, and I could still have access to any of the textbooks or books that they offered online. They also had study kind of like tents that they put up, which was designated study spaces around campus, to ensure that there were still seats and tables to go study at with my friends, which was very nice. I used them quite often. But the library's back up and it's great and renovated and it's even better than before, so I'm happy about it. As far as coming from like the civil engineering perspective, there has been a few times where I've been able to go and not explore those construction sites, but actually go and look at what they're doing, talk with my professors about it. This last quarter, I was in a shallow foundation design class for geotechnical engineering. And in that class, we did a little walking tour along the outskirts of the construction yard of the new housing units. And we asked our professors questions of like, why is that shallow foundation when, it could have been a deep foundation? Why do they have tiebacks here? This spot might be landslide prone. Why are they doing this? And it was really fun and really interesting to go to a construction site, like literally walking distance from my classroom, and talk with my professor, who is a trained professional expert in that area, about that. So on that like learn by doing topic, it is really learn by doing. You do have those experiences. So even if it is unfortunate at times, didn't have a library, there was still workarounds. The university saw it and tried to make sure that it wasn't that much of an issue. And in the end, it's kind of like worthwhile to improve the campus and also give students like myself or construction management students kind of a in-depth look to be able to learn by doing, if that makes sense. So don't worry too much about the disruption, I promise you.
Deanna, I forget what major your student is, but third year, as I recall, any examples from either learn by doing or the construction that has ever come up around the dinner table for you all?
Actually, I have not heard that much of any like real complaints about the construction. I think, he's just kind of navigated it pretty well. I know when I've been on campus, because I go on campus a little bit, not as much as him for sure, but I do go on campus and I haven't found it to be real problematic, in all honesty. It's nice to see all the new buildings. It's a lot different than when I attended there, for sure. There's a lot of new structures involved, and it's nice to see that the campus is growing. So I have not heard complaints, which is great.
Yeah, that's great. There's some additional questions, a little bit about housing. So Aiden, you've lived in the residence halls, accessing the community centers for cooking. If you want to share anything about that, maybe some of the residence halls you have lived in, and what that experience has been like.
Sure. I come from a pretty big cooking background. My mom's actually a culinary teacher. Shout out my mom. So I love cooking. It was something that I had to kind of like get accustomed to coming to college as a first year. I lived in the Red Bricks. I was in Santa Lucia, and while they do offer a kitchen, it's pretty small and wasn't really akin to what I had back home. So I had to kind of adjust with the dining dollars. I still had more than enough food. Trust me, I had, I think, the full 500 rollover from when I was a first year. So dining wasn't really an issue. It's just not cooking was a little unfortunate. But it was still an option. I was still able to cook whenever I really wanted to make like a home cooked meal, something that I really needed as a comfort food. It was still there. In other first year residence halls like Yakitutu and the new ones that they're building up on the hillside, those are fantastic. I've seen the kitchens in Yakitutu and I've seen like images of what the kitchen should look like in the new residence halls and look fantastic. As far as continuing housing, I lived on campus in Poly Canyon Village for my second year, and that's more kind of like suite apartment style, where they have like a proper kitchen setup with, full oven, stove, refrigerator that is just to that suite. It's not shared among the entire building. So it was really nice. I was able to get back into my cooking flow, and I applied for EBT, which all of your students should do in their second year. And I was able to just cook a bunch as I normally would have at home, and it was never really much of an issue. And now that I'm off campus, it's kind of the same thing. I have my own kitchen, never much of an issue.
That's a great insight. I see there's a question around a hospital near campus. I don't know, Deanne, Yuki, anyone local would like to, Kanani, you want to shout out?
Shout out to Sierra Vista Hospital, located very close to campus. I could walk there from my office. Also French Hospital, that's Dignity Health, and Adventist Health is what we have here. Yuki might know some more about the other ones because those are the two that I'm most familiar with.
Yeah, those are the two big ones. I would also say there's several small, what we call the med stops of the world. There's several around the campus. So just do a Google search and you'll see them, and then you can start looking at which ones accept your insurance and things like that. Those are always good to have, right? Just and talk about that with your student ahead of time to say, hey, if something happens and you need to go to this one, which I think would be really helpful.
And the campus health center is, well staffed with nurses, doctors, and there's certain small medical things. I think they have x-rays there, but they also do a lot of referrals and they will support the student if there's a level of care that they're not able to or try to guide them to the next step. So campus health well-being on campus is usually where we start with students. Sending them to, but there's a lot of great resources. I have gone to Sierra Vista a couple times. I dislocated a shoulder actually at the rec center, and it's about a half-mile drive off campus, and they were able to reset that shoulder very quickly. So I can vouch for the ER staff there. Yuki, there's a question that continually comes up just in general conversations with supporters, and one we've gotten over the years as well. We did hear from campus police today about general safety, and I know that there's a ton of questions that always come up about how do we make sure our students are safe, whether it be with wildfires that do happen here in California. If you're not from there, this is a thing in California, or any other incidences in the area. So maybe you want to just touch upon some of our safety measures.
Yes, absolutely. I am from Los Angeles, so I am very familiar with the fires that recently happened. Yeah, again, I think so. Safety, let's just talk about personal safety. That is a conversation absolutely with your student that I think you should have with your kiddos. Just even about, when you're out at night, you're at the library late, walking home with someone else and not going by themselves, or having a buddy system or a check-in system. I'm sure in previous presentations they talked about the apps, and I'm forgetting the name of the app, but I think someone else knows. But there's the app, which is a really helpful thing for asking for an escort from PD, or setting up some communications between the student and someone they trust. And so I think these things are just so important. They're core to, housing and dining. It's that level of importance. Beyond that, the way the university approaches this is very multidimensional. Starting with our emergency operations center, we have in our campus our very own that we operate alongside with the city and the county nearby. And so our emergency operations center works closely with all of our departments to make sure that we are ready to respond to any sort of level that we feel we need to respond. So let's say hypothetically, a wildfire breaks out in Poly Canyon right behind us. things are immediately moving. And so our, dispatch goes out, CAL FIRE's responding to it, and the university is able to move very quickly and say, if we do have students in the dorms, they're immediately evacuated. If students and community members are in neighborhoods nearby, we're able to communicate through our poly alert systems and other ways with those community members. Something that if you haven't done already is in the student portal, you can identify an additional person to receive poly alerts. So that could be yourself. That could be someone local that you trust who's also receiving these communications. They're just really important to have. Um, and things like that. And so when things happen, we have protocol around communicating out to the campus community, responding, supporting students, and also to taking care of them. One thing I'm just really proud, and one of the reasons why I love working here is just our way of responding and caring for people even after things happen. And so if a situation happens, we often bring our counselors into the residence halls or talk to community groups or talk to students and take care of them. So our job's not done yet, right? Like we continue to check in with our students and our groups even for weeks after. And so if you are interested in more of this, I encourage you to look at our Emergency Operations Center website, our care team, which you might have heard from them already. They just do amazing work checking in on students, taking care of them, getting them connected to the right resources. And I mean, really, all of us kind of take a bit of ownership in that in all of our respective roles, where we're constantly just adapting and doing the thing that's really needed in that moment. And so I've been often deployed into the EOC Center. I'm brought in when they need extra help. Several of us are always doing that. And depending on the situation, we're moving quickly.
And Yuki, you actually touched upon another great resource, and I'll invite you to maybe kick it up if there's any other panelists that want to chime in. We didn't hear a lot about the CARES program today and the different maybe wraparound services or emergency services to students going through different life situations. Can you maybe just share a little bit about what those are, how a student may access those?
Absolutely. So the care team is run out of the Dean of Students office. If you do a quick Google search, you'll easily find their website. The care team is really designed to aid and respond to any student that needs support. That can be anything from, Aiden and all of us could speak to it, like, student just maybe not showing up to class and the faculty notices it and so they may check in with an advisor, they may check in with the care team, and then we would do a check-in. It could be something as a situation where maybe a student has an unforeseen medical situation and now they're stuck with a huge bill and they don't know how to pay for it, and it's going to now impact their ability to go to school. Those things happen. Unforeseen things happen all the time. And so we have the Cal Poly CARES grants, which are one-time emergency grants that we give to students for all those things that no one expected or wanted to have happen to them, but they are really real in the moment. And so we give these one-time grants, and they can be anything from covering medical bills to give them short-term housing because of something, car breaks down, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole criteria we go through that we give out to students that also comes along with care and support from the care team and consultation. And so they just do just a wonderful job, I think, just wrapping around the student and figuring out what do they need in this moment and helping them get to where they need to get going in consultation with a whole network of supporters across campus and even in the community. That might be therapists, counselors, faculty advisors, a whole web. And so they're very well established. They work with all the colleges. The care team also makes a point of doing a lot of education to the campus community so that new, say, faculty and staff are very aware of what they do, who they are, and how to get in contact with them.
I'll just add on to Yuki. Thank you so much. That was a really good description of the CARES program. What it looks like in practice, folks, for me in my position is that first I want to say that like you will continue to be your students' biggest support, right? They will still look to you. We are resource heavy, and there are a lot of people on campus who care deeply about their academic journey, but they still will go to you. And so sometimes I will get a phone call from a parent, and after talking with them, we've both sort of decided that this is actually a student of concern, right? So maybe the student is not wanting to go to class, is maybe not eating very, very well. The parent is concerned. And I take that seriously, and we take that seriously here at Cal Poly, right? Even though we want them to grow and be independent, there are some times where people need to step in. And so sometimes I get a call from a parent who's describing a situation. And it's up to me to sort of discern, and then we can decide together, is this something, a situation that I should elevate to a student of concern? And then what happens when I do that? And so if we decide, yes, we need to, this is a student of concern, and I'm going to submit a student of concern form to the Dean of Students office, to the CARES team. I'm going to put my name down on it as professional staff member who's doing this. Really, anyone can do that. Anyone could fill out that form. Even a parent could fill out that form if they needed to. And then what that activates is that I'm going to get a response from the CARES team, and I don't need to go into the student's private information. The CARES team from there, that is a handoff. So I no longer am privy to that information. The CARES team will, and the handoffs are really good. Our CARES team is so good, and I really appreciate my colleagues over there, because I know that they're going to provide wraparound care at that point. They're going to get in contact with the student. And with that student, so first they need the student to participate in this CARES plan as well. And they're going to create a CARES plan for that student. They have the ability to talk to advisors and faculty. So you might have a student who maybe needs to be gone for a week, or is dealing with some things that is going to keep them out of the classroom. And the Dean of Students, the CARES team, will talk with academic affairs and those specific faculty members to arrange a plan that works out for both the student and the class to make sure the student can stay on track. So that's how that looks in practice.
A lot of great info there. Kanani and maybe Deanne, to kind of pivot away from there a little bit. One of the questions was the cost of Mustang Family Weekend. I don't think you saw that on the website. And then also about the unofficial Cal Poly parent Facebook page, if you'd like to touch upon that resource.
I'll start with the cost of Mustang Family Weekend. Folks, registration is $100. That $100 covers every member of your family. So that is not per person. If you have a family of 11, that is a $100 charge to register your entire family. If you have a family of 2, it is $100 to register your family. And that is it. And when you check in, you will get your swag bag, and we will send you on your way with bowling tickets. So I look forward to seeing you there at check-in. Deanne, do you want to cover the next one?
My internet cut out a little bit. So what was the next piece of that question? Can you reiterate that, please?
Dale, go ahead. Now I'm confused too.
The Facebook parent and family page that is really run by our parents.
Deanne, I can go ahead if you'd like me to talk about that.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yes.
Okay, so folks, that is a very, very helpful page. There are a lot of great things happening. There's a lot of peer-to-peer parent learning happening on there. You're going to see about 35,000 people in there. It is unofficial, and that is for legal reasons, that you will not see Cal Poly professional staff commenting in there or responding. And so it is run by someone named Tracy Libby Holmes, who does a great job at that. Tracy is in frequent contact with the university. This is what I want to caution you about, right? Because we're all responsible social media users here. So I know that you'll understand. Is if you see something in there and it kind of has a red flag, or you're like, I don't know if that's true or not, please contact us here at the university. Contact Parent and Family Programs. Ask me if it's true. That's just a responsible way. When you have 35,000 people in a Facebook page, things can kind of, well, let's just be honest, go off the rails sometimes. Right? And so that's why it's important to check with pro staff Dale takes tons of phone calls from parents and supporters too, asking about the information about WOW and SLO Days. And like I said, it is a resource. It is a resource. Just make sure that you're responsible with it and checking in with the people who are doing the programming if you need to. All right. Deanne, anything to add to that?
So if I can add one more piece to that, we are going to be having our parent advisory.
Well, I think Deanne cut out a bit. It doesn't look too bad in the freeze frame there, but I think Deanne might be talking about the parent advisory council.
Semi-yearly meeting as well.
Great. Okay. So Deanne, I think you were talking about the Parent Advisory Council mixer that happens, and that is going to happen during Mustang Family Weekend. And you were also talking about the Parent Advisory Council meeting that is going to occur on that Saturday or Sunday, which is also a lot of great information. Yeah. Okay. Great.
All right, some good insights there. A few other questions around the academic side of the student experience. And students have certainly got a lot of information through their SLO Day sessions. Students will get some more information at Week of Welcome. But certainly they're students because we want them to take on an academic progression here at Cal Poly. Some of the questions around the block scheduling process, as well as the registration process, maybe in that first year. Aiden, do you want to just share a little bit about that from the student experience on what that block schedule, and Deanne, maybe from your student as well?
Sure. So for the block schedule coming in for your students first, for me it was quarter, but for y'all's it'll be semester. Coming in for their first semester, there's nothing the student has to do to get that schedule. My schedule was pretty bad, if I'm being honest. I had 7 a.m.s 3 days a week, and then I had 9 a.m.s the other 2 days, so I was up pretty early. And I kind of just rolled with it. If your student really hates their schedule and wants to change some stuff around, it's a little difficult as a first year to kind of navigate the portal. So I recommend they go to the Mustang Success Center. I've been shouting that out in the Q&A a little bit, but if you want to contact the Mustang Success Center, their email is success@calpoly.edu. They're awesome. They deal with first year advising, and they can help you kind of rearrange that block schedule if that's something your student might be interested in. For that second semester, you will either be not blocked into classes or only partially blocked, where you're going to have, 1, 2, maybe 3 classes at most where you're blocked into them. And then the rest is kind of on you to register. Once again, Mustang Success Center is kind of your one-stop shop for first year advising. Sometimes as you get, kind of into your upper division classes, it might be hard to get those classes. Registration is based on degree completion. So I came in having already, I believe, 58 units. So I was almost considered a transfer. But I came in with a bunch of units. My registration date was a lot earlier than my peers, but I know some people can have kind of a rough registration date. So when you get to those upper division classes, to the second, third, and beyond years, you are going to be paired with a college-specific advisor. It's not for first years, just because first years have a lot of general questions and there's a lot more major switching that happens. So first years have a bit more general Mustang Success Center advising, but once you get up into your second year and beyond, you have a specific advisor. So I hope that answered the question. Deanne, do you want to touch on that? Do you have any more information?
So the first year was great actually for my son because they did have the block scheduling and he didn't have a real problem. I mean, yeah, there were classes that he had big gaps in, but he was able to fill his time either by going to the library or going to the gym or getting something to eat or whatever he might do. But the second year, he was a lot like Aiden. He came in almost at a junior standing already. So he had kind of more of a priority registration. So he didn't have that difficult of a time getting his courses at all. Although when he did, like if he had a question about anything his first year, I definitely deferred him over to the Mustang Success Center because they were the folks that could handle the question the best. So, and now if he does have any type of registration issue, many times I'll defer him back to, the business administration department, the counseling department there so that they can assist him a little bit more, or maybe think about, what other courses can he take since he's not able to get one course, let's take a different one. Let's have an alternative plan. So he's actually it's been pretty good for him. So I can't, really complain about that. So.
Thank you for that. Looks like we're coming up to time here. So before we just kind of say goodbye, I want to just say, panelists, any last minute resources, acknowledgments, anything you'd like to leave our dedicated supporters with before we wrap up today? Aiden?
I got this piece of advice when I was coming in as a first year, and it kind of helped shape my first year and beyond. It was follow the free food. I know y'all got told about Cal Poly now, all the free food in there, but seriously, just for the first couple of weeks, if you see or if your student sees free food on a poster, pull up to the club meeting. If they like it, great. If not, they got a free meal. That's how I had an internship offer just because I went to go get free food at the little company day. The company came and presented, they had free food. I interviewed just for interview practice and I got an offer from that. Seriously, there's so many like things that just have free food as a draw for you. If you just follow the free food, great things happen. I promise you.
Deanne, do you want to give any send off advice as a fellow parent?
Well, as a fellow parent, as well as an alumni myself, I mean, when you're going to college, you may not know of a lot of people on the campus, and just try to meet as many people as you possibly can. Get involved with clubs because you're going to meet people that way in things that interest you, but also the academic clubs. They're so important because, many of the academic clubs, you're going to start meeting like recruiters, even your freshman year at Cal Poly. And if they have a name recognition with a face, it gives you more of an opportunity in the future to actually get an on-site type interview. So just try to meet as many people as possible and
The internet today. It's just on our way.
I can go
Kanani,
now,
go
Dale.
ahead.
Yeah, I got this one. So folks, a lot of times parents ask me, what should I be doing right now? What can I do to make sure that my student is ready? And the first thing that I say is to really talk to your student before moving, right? Talking to your student about their autonomy and thinking about how much you want them to grow, right? And also talking about, I tell this story when I'm live on stage about tracking your student, right? And many of you are smiling right now. Many of us share our locations with each other. I share mine with my family. My family, they might show up wherever I'm at. I don't know, all the way from Hawaii. But talking to your student and seeing what they're comfortable with. What does this transition look like moving forward? What are your needs, right, as parents and supporters? What kind of check-ins are you expecting? And talking with your student and make sure that you agree on that. Parents also ask me what they should be doing, right? And I tell parents and supporters that right here, right now, you're in this room and you're learning about the resources. Because like I said earlier, your student will continue to rely on you as a support system. Like I said, we're here on campus. We know what to do. They might come to you first, right? So understanding those resources that are available, sitting in webinars just like this, staying connected with the university so that you know what is happening on campus is going to be important for this next 4 to 5 years. Please don't let that 5 years scare you. Many students, that happens sometimes, okay? So learn your resources. Learn the resources around Cal Poly, stay connected to the campus, make sure that you know what's going on, sign up for those parent newsletters. These are not spam. These are important things happening on campus. And so that's what I would end with. Thank you.
Yuki, any final words?
Those were really good, especially the free food. There's a lot of truth to that. Just kind of piggybacking off of Deanne and Kanani, it's so important for your students to find their network, but the reality of it is that just takes time. And so what I would really talk to your student about is that it just, after that newness wears off and like all that excitement in the beginning wears off and things start to settle, that's usually when it gets a little hard. And what I would say is so important to just be patient and kind to themselves And it's so important to at least find that one person or that one club or that one group that will check on you and you will check on them. Because when situations come up and when stresses come and depression, loneliness, those are very real things. It is so important that your student has just that one person at least that they can call or text to confide in and talk to them. And if they don't have that amongst their peer group, reach out to someone in student affairs or a faculty member or someone that they trust. I think that is just something so important in someone's first year in this really big transition is making sure that they have that network set up for whatever the thing is, whatever the stressor is, whatever the thing that's challenging them, that would be my advice. My second one is, gosh, this is a big one for me. If your student decides to ride a bike or a scooter, please, please, please have them wear a helmet and a light. I'm a big cyclist. I ride my bike everywhere. I love seeing so many students doing it too. I cannot tell you how important it is and how much pain and suffering can be prevented. There you go, Aiden. When you wear a helmet that fits your head and just have lights, which are very inexpensive. We often give them out for free. So I love seeing students cycling. I get around town all the time like that too, but let's wear the safety features. Okay, I'll stop there.
I love it. And Yuki, good segue. During Week of Welcome, I just confirmed with our SLO County Injury Prevention team that they will be boothing on campus during WOW and talking about bike safety, general pedestrian safety. They're going to probably have some of those free bike helmets and lights. We had a great call about that because
Awesome.
that town to gown, like people are going to be on and off campus and want to make sure people get
Yes.
around safely. So yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna support that with some action at WOW.
Yeah, and if you're new to cycling and you didn't grow up doing that, but you wanted to do it here because San Luis Obispo is such a great place to ride.
Mhm.
We have Bike SLO County in the community that does, bike education courses. They have really inexpensive used bikes that your student can buy. You don't need an expensive bike, maybe $100, and it'll get you a great bike. Buy yourself a helmet, get a light, and really just enjoy the community. So we look forward to seeing you in a month.
So with that, folks, we are coming to the end of our time here. Just want to say thank you all for spending a Saturday with us. Obviously, it's a long day, but you care so much about your student, and we care so much about them as well. I hope you took that away from today's session with just how many people are here to support your student and how much we want to care and make sure they are successful and prepared and supported. And they are going to make those failures. They are going to have some of those challenges. And that is part of that learning growth that we really embody here at Cal Poly, that learn by doing mentality. But hopefully you saw some of that today. Also, hopefully you took away a lot of great resources. Again, we did our best to answer those questions. There might still be some out there. Please just continue to follow up with our teams, our departments, whether it be housing, public safety, student accounts. The team is certainly here and they will get back to you as soon as they can. We're around the summer, but I just want to say thank you again for spending so much time to invest in your new Mustang. We are so excited to have them if you couldn't tell. And we're grateful that you've been with us here today. So with that, we will wrap up today's session. We are recording this. This will be on the orientation website probably about next week sometime once we get the editing done. And then we look forward to seeing you for Mustang Move-In, for Evening with the President, and hopefully Mustang Family Weekend as well. So with that, thank you to our panelists. Virtual round of applause. And thank you all for being here today. We will finish up the last minute questions here in the Q&A, and we'll probably close our Zoom room in about 10-15 minutes. So again, thank you all for being here. Thank you, panelists. All right, folks. Thank you again for being with us today. Looks like we're getting close to the end of our Q&A. Our team will stick around for just a couple more minutes, see if anything else comes in. But otherwise, have a great rest of your weekend. Enjoy the little bit that's left of summer. We are in our transition quarters this semester, so it's only about a 2-month summer. So we are looking forward to Mustang move in just a few short weeks. We'll see you on campus soon. But again, thank you all for being here and enjoy the rest of the weekend.